Thank you for waiting. Did a couple human things. Did a few cat things. The good cat has been fed. He's got some new food. He likes it very much. He's very excited about food. New food is very exciting news. It's about the best thing that could ever happen. It is a good day to be a cat. Alright, where were we? Let's see. Last we left off, we were very far along in this save. We had just done some trading configuration here. We had set up a program here where we can specify a certain amount of things, certain amount of moles of either volatile, CO2, fuel, water, whatever else we want to add, that we can add to our system here for sale, so that we can go in and make sales, as well as an exhaust button. So this is working nicely. And I was thinking about it a bit. I was wondering, there's got to be a better way to get nitrogen. Because most of the trade, we've gone on a big tangent for like 5 or 10 sessions, a pretty long amount of time. We've gone on a tangent to, one, automate the whole mall, get this totally done, all the way to the furnace. That's going nicely, that's all done. Maybe you need some debug, but working well, as far as I can tell. We set up trading here, where we did a gigantic, like the biggest trade center with the biggest satellite, or the biggest landing pad, I mean, the biggest trade configuration. Big room that we can click a button to oxygenate if we want to, for the people who need oxygen. So this was a big tangent and a lot of time, and it was fun. This is all stuff that I wanted to do, and we pretty much did it with the goal of getting nitrogen. I want to trade for nitrogen, which we've already collected a lot of, to fill into our nitrogen cooling, to finally get to what I really want to do, which is rocket stuff. We gotta get rockets going to collect resources for us, and to get a scan of our base, see what's going on, a scan of our planet, see where all the different resources are, where we'd want to set up remote bases and outposts. Just a sec here. This is like movie soundtracks. Get out of here, dude. That's a little better. So I was thinking about how can we get nitrogen more effectively than this. This has all been a fun tangent, but it's still going to be a large amount of work to bring in the nitrogen that we need. And we still need to like write a program to auto-aim the dishes. We need to bring in the right traders. It's going to just be a huge amount of work. And then, like, I think some plants take nitrogen. Like, what do we want to do for sustainable systems with plants? Do we have to be trading for nitrogen forever? That doesn't seem right. So I was looking into it just a little bit, and it looks like the fuel creation process, or the process of combusting fuel to turn it from fuel into steam, which we have going on down there, that actually generates nitrogen as a byproduct. So we just need to be collecting that. We can just immediately start collecting nitrogen, filtering it into some storage, have a nitrogen tank, add that to our atmospherics, and then plug that in to our nitrogen cooling station, and finally get this thing going. So I want to make a beeline for that. Trading has been cool. Maybe we'll keep an eye out for some interesting traders. I particularly want to get the exotic traders for better ferns. We can get ferns that are like 4 times as effective in the amount of oxygen that they produce. So that would be nice to swap out for like the whole floor here. But I think this can kind of take the back seat for now. We don't have to do much trading. And the mall work is all great to have. That was a good tangent. Let's look at this nitrogen, see if we can get the rockets going finally. That's what I'm thinking. So what do we need to do for that? We have, first off, we need to prepare the pipes for the new coolant. We want to take all the nitrogen that we've collected this far in the game. We want to pump it into our storage. So that's one task. I think we want to reroute the exhaust gas. We're no longer going to filter exhaust gas for nitrogen. We're just going to dump it. Any exhaust gas just gets dumped into the world. So anything coming out of the centrifuges, anything coming out of the furnaces, let's detach those so that they aren't adding any more nitrogen to our coolant line, I think. Or we could just plug that into the nitrogen. That would work as well. Maybe I'll just do that. Anyway, we need to make sure that is not plugging into the coolant line, is what I'm thinking. So let's start with just prepping the coolant line, basically. I think we already have a tank ready to go. We just need some pumps and some pipes. Do we have pumps? Do we have pipes? I need like one turbo pump. I don't see any turbo pumps here. I see valves and stuff, but no pumps. Give me 5 turbo pumps. That's a thing to do. So we will just pump all of that into the area where we're going to be condensing nitrogen into liquid. Start clearing that. Along with that, I think we want to turn off the fuel generation. We only need one here, so I'm going to go ahead and eject that, and we'll go out. New map tomorrow, Battle Royale. I know, I'm excited. Those will both be fun. That's going to be one more heli map. And I want to try the Battle Royale. I don't know if I'm going to play it a lot, but I think it's a great idea. And I'll at least try it some. Alright, so we're heading out. We take a quick look. How's everything doing? Everything should be fine. Always at 500 here. Up to almost 26 megapascals of fuel here. Shooting for like 40-ish. Alright, and you... Do you make nitrogen? Did I just make that all up? Maybe. Can we see nitrogen getting filtered out in the waste? Was I totally wrong to say that combustion creates nitrogen? I might have just been wrong. I thought I read that it makes nitrogen. I don't see any nitrogen in these pipes. I see you are active. Okay, well, everything I just said is a lie. We're not producing nitrogen. We do have to trade for nitrogen. That's rough. We could still do a lot of what I was saying. Or a couple things of what I was saying. We're going to need to swap out the coolant, so we should get that going. When we swap out the coolant, we're not going to have anything to cool off our everything. So if we're still making steam in particular, this is going to be generating large amounts of heat in the system that we're no longer able to deal with. Worst case could start like heating up our base if something goes wrong. So we want to be kind of careful here while we're swapping out the coolant. Let's take a quick look at stuff. Water tank is slowly filling with water. That's fine. I'm looking at just steam pressures. This guy's holding 20 megapascals, which it's supposed to do. That goes into the filters here. They're filtering into this guy, which has 2 megapascals, which goes to the turbines that go here, down to almost nothing. Okay, so I think more filtration and perhaps more Stirling engines would allow us to have more water throughput. I was just curious about that. But for now, let's just turn off the water generation. That's going to pull this to vacuum. Everything will start emptying. The 20 megapascals can finally start emptying. This is a huge amount of heat. Let's pull it out of the system like entirely before we do anything here. And actually, we could just do... I think we've got valves everywhere. We could just go... And that'll just stop it. Okay, let's do that, actually. I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn this on. Keep that going. So we'll just plug the valve right here. Pressure will build up. This guy's going to empty very soon. And then we don't have to wait for anything to depressurize or anything like that. And it shouldn't overfill. This is even a chance to test. Does anything explode? It shouldn't. I think I should have put protections on all these. But I've already exploded one of these turbines. Or engines. That was fun. So, maybe. We'll find out. Okay, this is a start. So those are off. That's going to empty very, very quickly. And then stop adding heat to the system. And very little else is going to add heat to the system. Maybe a teeny bit of added CO2 and volatiles. I guess these are a little lowish. They have like 10 megapascals to fill. So these will be adding heat. But they've also got protections to not heat up the coolant too much. Anyway, I think this is all good. So we want to swap out this line. This is all of the nitrogen that we've collected. We want to dump this into our nitrogen storage. And we want to tweak the output here for the filtration of our exhaust from our furnaces and our centrifuges. We still want to collect that nitrogen, but we don't just want to dump it into our coolant line. We want to move that somewhere else. So let's get all that going. First, let's start pumping this into some storage would be good. I feel like just putting it right here for now is probably okay. We've got a big liquid tank for the liquid nitrogen that we've collected. We're up to 25k mole. That's not a ton, I don't think. But we got some here. We got 1,000 liters. We got like one big tank ready to go. A 1x1. Let's go ahead and add another tank here. Just for nitrogen gas, I think. Do we have any in here? Should I just pump that into there? Probably makes more sense. What do we got? What up, Neff? Neff sees stationeers and Neff is here. Neff loves stationeers. Me too. I'm gonna pull this hot end out. Let's do that. I like that idea. Turn off the nerd goggles, grab one pipe to be able to get black without using spray paint and ruining the vacuum. Okay. Let's pull this out. So this is our hot nitrogen line, which in this case is actually really hot. I think some of the nitrogen we're putting in here is at like 2,000 degrees Celsius. But in the actual system, when it's up and running, this is going to be holding much closer to like negative 70 Celsius. So it's hot, but it's not very hot. And this will come out. This will actually be, I think, combined with the liquid to handle setting up the cooling stations wherever we're going to need to use the liquid nitrogen cooling. So basically in rocketry down there, we'll extend a hot air line and the coldest we can, liquid nitrogen. And then when we can use like a purge valve, I think. When it starts to evaporate and puts out too much gas, we can purge that into the hot gas line where it'll condense. Anyway, this will plug into stuff eventually. We'll have this running next to a liquid line, is what I'm thinking. And for now, we can just pump in all of this nitrogen, basically. So let's throw a turbo pump down right here even, is fine. Give me a turbo pump pumping this way. And then give me a... just go straight into this nitrogen line. Nitrogen will be black. We're going to have to be careful because black also has been used to label the CO2. So make sure you don't grab the wrong pipe when you're doing things. It's a problem for future me. This can come along and just plug right into this guy. Oh, we have big moves. Need to massively expand or start fresh. You should massively expand. That's a pain, but you get all your resources back, right? It's just chores. You can deconstruct everything and rebuild it right, and you have to construct it wrong in the first place when you're getting started. You can't afford to go big. So you just gotta do that. I did the same. It took like 15, 20 play sessions before the starter base wasn't like self-evident anymore. But right in that corner, that was the starter base once upon a time. It's completely gone now. I don't think there's anything. Debatably, those plants used to be ferns. Worth doing, and much faster than moving the base. But you do whatever you want to do. I'm a big fan of just like cleaning up and refactoring. That's another thing in like oxygen not included. It can be hesitant to be like, oh, I built this wrong, it needs to be different, I just kind of want to restart. It's so much better to just clean up the thing that's wrong. Redo it right. Just totally, like, square one is destroy, or not destroy, but make a blank slate, basically. Remove everything there, more or less. So you have nothing, and then make a better solution. That's pretty much always worth doing in my experience, and trying to keep things a little cleaner. Anyway, we got this going all the way to here now, so this plugs into our storage. for the hotter nitrogen. Let's go ahead and give some power. We can just go straight into the main power line here. It doesn't matter, I think. Do we want to do that? I'll take this power. That's okay. Let's grab this little power line. Got a couple options. Okay, turn it on with maximum. Save real quick just in case something happens. It's gonna take a minute. I don't think it should cause explosions. I think we should be able to take all of the gas from here, all of our coolant, and pump it into here. And then once this guy is full of the cold nitrogen, we can extend this oxygen line to the coolant so that our coolant is now the high pressured oxygen, which is currently at 20 megapascals, debatably a little high. And that'll be our new coolant. It's going to take a little bit to fill. It's going to start off very empty, but even a little bit of coolant should be enough, I think. We're not generating, especially if we don't turn on the water, we're not generating a ton of heat. So let's try this. While this is happening, we also need to affect this line so that it never ever adds nitrogen here anymore. If we ever get any nitrogen in that line, it'll basically turn to liquid at the temperatures we're planning to keep it at, and then it'll cause the pipes to explode, and then my day will be ruined. I'll be so upset. So let's not do that. I'm gonna remove that so that it doesn't pump anything in. I know over here, here's the big one. This nitrogen go here from this guy. So we need to adjust this. I'm gonna do that right now. Let's go ahead and just take these pipes back. You can go up. We'll get weird with it. It's going to be janky. Okay, that one's plugged in. Now we need to extend it over this way. Should this one just go up too, probably? Let's just have this one go up. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so this guy is now going to get pumped to a vacuum. And we might want to remove this. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we just have a little bit of extra storage in the coolant line, which will help the coolant anchor at whatever temperature it's at. Not sure if you want that or just like minimum coolant for a quicker exchange of energy. Doesn't really matter. Point being, this is now adjusted. This is now a coolant line, and this is still pumping to a vacuum. You can see it going lower. It's now almost completely empty. This has been broken. This will be a problem with our furnaces. Our furnaces and centrifuges can no longer output any air, and they're backing up as we speak. We need to have the nitrogen go somewhere. I was thinking I wanted to do more atmospheric, so I wanted to have a bigger collection of nitrogen that we're keeping somewhere. So where do we want to do that? Where should we put it? And we should probably do a very large tank for that. Do we have any tanks? I see 0 tanks. I think we need some tanks. And we may even need to do a little farming for that. Alright, give me... let's do 10 tanks. Insulated tank. I want 10. Go. I think you're going to be low on stuff. What are we low on here? We have no silicon. That's definitely going to be a choke. We have good on steel. Low silicon mostly. Could grab some cobalt. Okay, so let's farm just a little bit real quick.
Oxygen critical.
know we're low on copper too. Grab some of that. I don't think we need much coal. I was thinking too, I'm pretty sure you can make coal. You can like grow it. That's probably a thing we should do. Automate some plant production to create coal, or to just collect a whole bunch of food, which we can turn into coal. That's just something to do. That's not an urgent thing to do. That'd be a fun thing to do. I do want to try and automate resources away. I want to spend less time farming. Too much farming the last few sessions. Film them all. It is very nice to have. It'll make life better for future us. But it's a lot of farming. Okay, that's probably enough cobalt for a couple recipes. At least got some backup cobalt if we ever need any. Should be pretty rare. Copper is cheap and we're low. And I need a bunch of silicon mostly. I said make 10 of the big tanks. That's 10 stacks of silicon right there. almost done. I think this is the last bag. Just grabbing a bunch of everything. I don't think there's anything extra here. All goes into hungry machines. Alright, there we go. Where do I live? Right there. Easy. Hopefully that's enough mats for a while. We're up to 23C already. Without the AC, it's getting warmer. Cool. Oh shit, we need to open all the valves everywhere that could possibly have nitrogen. Interesting. Maybe just put like a drain on it too. If there's ever any liquid buildup, it could drain out into the nitrogen. It's always going to be nitrogen. That's a good thing to do. Alright, so we went out and farmed. That all gets processed and added to the machines. They fill up with stuff. That silicon starts going through. This guy starts producing again. All good to see. Trying to think, I like need to store more stuff. Gonna start needing to do more storage. Oh, are you crafting? What you making? You're making steel. Ooh, it's making steel. Cool. Auto furnace turns on. As steel is just a little low. Turned yellow. It's got plenty of stuff to make the steel. Science. This is getting super cool. Craft. How many of these do I need? I got 2. I wanted 5. Perfect. Let's go get that coolant working again.
Oxygen critical.
So I think the first thing was getting the nitrogen storage set up somewhere. If this guy's running right now, it's just going to be exploding a pipe, and I think it's just going to be airing. So this is just filling up with gas. In a bad way. We need to not let that explode. We can check that too. How full are you? Probably not bad yet, but this is like on a timer. Up to 7 megapascals. Not bad. Let's make sure. It's still climbing as the centrifuges are constantly running. Anyway, okay, so you are going to come out and then probably down. Do I want to add this over here somewhere? Maybe like right over here would kind of make sense. Nitrogen right here. Let's throw it over here. And how are we on these? All these are open now, right? Everything's going to try and open to cool off. And then just get pumped to vacuum. That's pretty perfect, actually. Is that going to happen for all of these? Maybe. We go check on every single radiator. Looks like they've all turned on. Everything is adding heat to the system. We only plug the coolant into things that need to be cooled off. Alright, so that's all going fine. Can I do a quick check on that? How are your pressures, pipe? You a vacuum? You're a vacuum. All the little things there are a vacuum. Okay, so I think first thing we're gonna do, we've already disconnected the nitrogen, pumped it to vacuum. Yeah, that's good. So we can turn on the air conditioning before this becomes a problem. Is a good idea. Let's go ahead and grab this guy. Just throw it in here is fine. Okay. So you are still coolant. You are now oxygen coolant, though. Gonna change this color to... Ooh. I need to pull this one up. I'm gonna grab that, do that, do that. That. Okay, so this guy's holding at 20 megapascals. This is total vacuum. I'll save just in case. I think we just plug these two in. And you become oxygen. There's that. That's gonna flow into the entire coolant everywhere. So this pressure should drop very far. There it is. Already down to less than 1 megapascal, and the temperature's dropping fast. So this is now what we will use to exchange heat between our various devices. Our coolant line is now going to be oxygen, and with that we can bring the temperature down quite a bit without the coolant freezing, or the coolant condensing and turning into a liquid. And we'll be using this for the hot end, the coolant, to cool off the nitrogen and get the condensation going there. So we just need to turn this machine down, and then we can start condensing some nitrogen. We also need to give it the time, as it is, the plants are breathing air, and that's going to be pressurizing this pipe. So we got to give that a little bit of time. This is going to take a long time to pressurize, and I don't know if we want to do 20 megapascals. 20 megapascals is a lot. We probably want to do something closer to 10. Let's make you a 10. Sure. Okay. So now we have a gigantic line of coolant. It's going to be oxygen. All of our systems turn back on. The coolant is immediately cold. Our base is cooling. All the gases, and liquid, and all this jazz should be cooling. And we can even turn on this guy. Turn the steam back on. Steam starts flowing. Water starts going up. That's going to add a lot of heat to the system. How's our coolant doing? Coolant's at negative 67. Coolant's doing fine. Pressure's dropping, air temperature's dropping here. Should shut off once it gets to whatever its target is. Oh yeah, look at it go. Cool. So it could use a little more pressure, but it's working. Now, nitrogen. Nitrogen, go here. Let's go ahead and make a floor for it. Throw down a container. Plug in the pipe. Probably call that good for now. It's going to take a long time for that to overflow. We could add overflow logic, I suppose. I don't know if we need it. Oh, this is kind of in the way of the centrifuges. I want the centrifuges to be able to run down here. Do we want to put nitrogen even further over? Does nitrogen go over here? Maybe. Thank you, Taz. National American Beer Day. Hadn't considered American beer. I suppose American beer is pretty good. I went to school in Corvallis, and beer was a huge scene there. Everybody was brewing their own beer. There were tons and tons and tons of breweries you could go to for food. That was fun. Alright, so I was just wrong about fuel producing nitrogen, I think. I might want to Google that a little more. I might be thinking of the wrong process. I hope that there's some sort of sustainable process we can do for producing nitrogen that's not just like pulling it out of ore that we're farming. We can do that, I think. As long as we have enough of a supply of ore, we'll probably have more than enough nitrogen eventually. But doesn't seem amazing. Maybe like some sort of composting could produce nitrogen. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to have a talk with my friend ChatGPT and see what he decides to make up. Because the last bullshit he invented didn't work. Just making space. Trying to stay away from the centrifuges. I want to be able to just keep running these centrifuges down the line. All the way to there, basically. Space. Look at that. Look at all that space. Gorgeous, gorgeous space. We can do anything with this space. I was thinking a nice big storage container. Probably, let's try and keep it in line with these. Seems good. But let's get it way down here. Right there is good. Is that in line? Not quite. Almost. A little bit further back. Not here, here. Yeah. Too far back? Come on. This game is hard. Not here. Here. But not here. But here. Yeah? Yeah. You are black. You are nitrogen. Tank. You need pipes. Let's see, so the nitrogen comes down from here and then goes over this way and into there. And for now, that's probably good enough. We need to be careful before we plug this pipe in here, because it's going to immediately connect to the system and turn on and start filling it full of nitrogen. Maybe even blow something up if our programming's bad. In theory, it shouldn't do anything. It should see that the output is at a high enough pressure that it should not be turning on. But I can't remember. I don't know if we handled that problem right before. So we will dodge it. Let's go ahead and plug this guy in. And then we can connect that last thing and see that it's actually filling and depressurizing our exhaust for the centrifuges and furnace. Oops. How's this? Is this lined up? Is it one more? I feel like it's one more. Okay. No. Come on. Oh, I did it! I thought it was off, but I eyeballed it. Perfect. Okay, so nitrogen goes into here. From here. Now you should turn on. You should be active. You are. You are going to start depressurizing this, pumping it into the nitrogen line. Nitrogen line will fill for a long time. This gigantic tank should take a pretty absurdly long time to fill. You got nitrogen, you got some moles, you got 30 moles. You're at 5 kilopascals. You have nothing. It's going to take so long for this to fill. No problem. All good. So now the nitrogen that we're collecting is not being lost. It's still being captured, but it's not being put into our coolant line. Our coolant lines are oxygen, and it's just low pressure, basically. It needs a higher pressure to be able to exchange energy very well. So it's not great. It's struggling to bring this down. It's shooting for like 21 degrees. It's not keeping up anymore. That's all okay. We're going to need to give it time for the plants to create a bunch of oxygen. It's also going to basically turn off our fuel production for a bit, which doesn't matter too much. Water is still continuing to fill. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. Nitrogen's captured. Oh, I think one last thing, actually. I do want to make sure we don't overpressurize the nitrogen, even though that should, like, never, ever happen. I would be so amazed if it happens. Let's maybe never let it happen, too. Can I grab power from something? Is one of these lines not doing too much? Can I take a look at this and see? Let's grab a little power and add just one more overflow circuit. You have a potential of 10 kilowatts. That's a lot. You have a potential of 10 kilowatts. Exactly. You're the same network. You have a potential of 10 kilowatts. It's just one gigantic network, isn't it? Yes, okay. Should I move the big power over there, maybe? Did we already do this somewhere? Got our big power going here, going there. I think I want to move big power along the ceiling. Let's bring the power over. Do you recommend Claude? Is Claude good? ChatGPT is not great. It's helpful, but it mostly invents things until I mean to it and tell it to search. I'm with you on the stacking stuff. That's a good little tip. I didn't know about this one. That's cool. Ooh, I might use this. That's fun. Feels like it'd be good for screenshots. Right, big power routes over. This is the main power for the whole base, more or less. So we can just draw a new line off of this. Make sure we have power wherever we're gonna want it. Let's see, where should power go? I'm gonna pull it down right by the nitrogen, maybe. We'll have a floating cord. It's a little gross. This is okay, this is our gross area. This is outside. Outside's gross. Hold Shift Alt view around. It's just freezing me. Oh, look at that. I can do little dance moves. Oh yeah, look at me go. That belt looks silly. I thought you're wearing your belt backwards. Why are you putting it in front? It doesn't look cool. You look like a nerd. Alright, good talk, spaceman. Thank you. Good things to know. Okay, so we've got a main line of power. Where do we want this to go? Maybe this direction a little bit. This is probably good. What else we need? Oh, we need one more here. This will go into a transformer. Power go that way. Transformer go on. Give it some power. Okay, we have power. Power goes this way.
Hydration critical.
Power talks to our tank. Power is going to talk to a... what do we want to do? Probably a volume pump would be good here. Not even a turbo volume pump, just a regular volume pump. Should be good. Okay, let's do this going here. Plug that in. Alright. Plug it into the pipes. So this is an overflow. If we get too much nitrogen, we can go ahead and vent some. This is pretty much never gonna happen. I don't expect to ever have to use this, but I don't want my base to start exploding. If we can do the 2-minute chore while we're thinking about it, and tell it to never explode. So I'm going to do a programming housing here. We are going to give that a chip. We are going to plug it in. We are going to program it. We're going to want to label our variables here. You're already the nitrogen tank. That's good. You are the volume pump, your exhaust pump. Even nitrogen. This is fine. Exhaust pump. Okay. We're going to edit. We're going to load our code for just like a standard max pressure, I think. We got a max pressure in here, probably. Max pressure. Max pressure is 55 megapascals with a tank and an exhaust. That looks perfect. Put it in, export it, throw it in here. It's going to break immediately since it's not programmed yet. Turn it. You work? What? No? You're not programmed? Didn't I click export? Maybe not. Break. Break. Okay, so we've got our tank, nitrogen tank. Our exhaust is our exhaust pump. Turn that on. Nothing happens. Program's running. If we get above 55 megapascals, it's just going to vent into the atmosphere. That should never happen. But now we also never have to worry about that being a problem. Okay, so we're collecting nitrogen now. We're venting any excess. And everything's good. We are filling this with oxygen to swap out the coolant for oxygen. It's still under a megapascal and pretty cold. We can make it colder. Let's take a look. What are we doing here? How's our system look? This is our liquid pollution evaporation system. It's just a series of 5 chambers where each chamber is colder than the last. We keep the temperature by holding a pressure. And when it overpressurizes, when there's too much evaporated gas, we pump it into the next chamber, or the last chamber. Pump it all the way along so it can cool off the previous chambers on its way out the door. And then we just vent that. So this thing is killing it. It's doing a lot of work already. And we have had it set up at this point so that the last chamber only goes to 2-ish. What's this at? This is at... Come on, show me. Show me. Am I going to have to pull this thing out to see? It goes to 2,000. So we can see at 2,000, the temperature is going to go down to about -80. Somewhere around there. -83, -84, -84. So it's going down this low, but it could go lower. This guy freezes at 6 kilopascals. So if we go up to like 1800, looks like 1815 is right at the edge of when it's starting to explode. 1815. Let's do like 1820. So I'm gonna edit this. I'm gonna say 1820 for this chamber. That's gonna pull this last one down quite a bit. We can see that immediately pulling it down. The temperature is gonna drop, and it's gonna drop all the way to like -98 or something. All right, I gotta go do suit things. We've been outside too long. So just tweaking the last chamber a little bit there. is going to bring the temperature of our coolant down significantly. And we were keeping it above that point, specifically because nitrogen turns to a liquid at about negative 91C, negative 90C. So we were just at the point where the nitrogen wouldn't become liquid. Even though we could do more cooling, we weren't doing it because we don't want to mess up our nitrogen and start making it turn to liquid. Now that our coolant is no longer nitrogen and it's oxygen, oxygen can go lower. We can take a look at that in a second, getting rid of the breathies. This breather boy needs to stop breathing so much. So oxygen's our new intermediate coolant between like nitrogen and stuff. Oxygen doesn't go to liquid until like negative 19, negative 20, which is colder than we just set up on the liquid pollutant. So we're going to be keeping our liquid, or we're going to be keeping our oxygen at a gas, like right here, at like negative 98. And then we can use that to cool off the nitrogen and bring it down to a liquid at negative 90. We can use the condensation chamber, dump the heat into the oxygen, and then we've got liquid nitrogen. And that's all we need to start the chain. We can use the exact same evaporation chamber technique to bring the temp of the nitrogen way down. So I think that's what I want to look at right now, basically. Is let's start actually like turning that system on a little bit, start pumping nitrogen into it since we've got that ready to go. We've got the oxygen ready. Let's see if we can start like, see how much we can fill this. I think we'll only get like 1, maybe 2 chambers going. But this thing's ready to go, so let's start turning it on. We've got some ads popping up here, sorry about that. Could we do a farming sim playthrough after Stationeers? Ooh. I don't know what farming sim that would be. I can't imagine a farming sim that I would play, or that I have played. That could be fun, though. I like sim games. Alright, everything's good. I'm gonna stand in the corner. I'm just gonna move around for a second. Alright, I got some good bouncing in. Did some nice bouncing. Gave the good cat a rub. He's still soft and beautiful. I return. I'm alive. Stationeers. Let's turn on the nitrogen. I want to see that actually start doing something. Even if it's not totally full. Even if we're going to have to trade for nitrogen for a while before we can fill that up. That seems good. And is there any way to make nitrogen? If I just look at nitrogen, can you tell me like what produces nitrogen? Just a bunch of ices and stuff? Do I just like need to do a gas fuel rocket to farm nitrogen ice to then set up liquid cooling? Might make sense. If trading is too difficult and takes too much time, might be faster to make rockets right now. I might need to jump into gas rockets. I wanted to skip straight to liquid, but it's such a huge leap that maybe that's not very doable. Alright, I don't see anything there. What about in like the... it's not in combustion, is it? There's not like a combustion chamber, is there? No. You tell me what you produce. Steam, mostly. Waste gas. Nothing interesting there. Isn't there like a composter? Do you make nitrogen? Can I make you make nitrogen? Releases nitrogen and volatiles. Ooh. Here we go. Okay. Alright. So maybe we've got a tangent here that we want to take. Maybe we want to get some composting going. Which means we would need to get probably a new farm set up that has its own, what is it called, like Harvey? The arm things in the sky. We'll have to write a program for the sky arm things, which should be fun. I have like zero memory of how to do that. I think I've done that like once in the past. I know it's something with the stack. And then you want to like name the individual tiles. Anyway, we could get that guy set up to auto harvest things. We could auto harvest some of like the wheatgrass or whatever, I think is what you want to do. One of them has like the most biomass created. And then you compost that. And during the composting, we'll be able to get some fertilizer, which could be useful. We can also get nitrogen. It'll just be putting out nitrogen. So we can just filter that out of the air, use that as a passive supply of nitrogen, and probably start creating much more nitrogen. This would be a good, we could grow our own nitrogen, so we could scale that as much as we want. I assume as well that whatever is drinking water is going to be breathing more oxygen than it's drinking. So this should actually be increasing the amount of water we're generating as we add more plants. So this should only be like good for our system, or put more stress on it even, which is fine. And then we'd be good to have a good supply of nitrogen. So maybe that's something we want to do. It's that, or I might be able to just write like there's like one more big piece of code to write here to be able to automate the satellite dish to track its own targets and bring them in automatically. And then we could specify, we could just like select what kind of target do you want, and then what size. Go ahead and look for that and bring it in when you find it. I think if we did that, then we'd probably be able to start bringing in the exact traders that have the best supply. We could bring in the traders that give us the most money, bring in the traders that carry the most nitrogen, and be able to fill up our supply much more quickly. So it's tempting to do either of those. I think those are both good to do. I think those are both things that I want to do. Pretty much everything we're doing at this point is like just kind of for fun. What would be useful? There's nothing that's like really needed. But I'm just trying to think which of those two is going to get us nitrogen faster. Maybe we do both. Maybe we do plants first and then we go play with satellite dishes while the plants are generating huge amounts of nitrogen. That could be fun. Okay, regardless, whatever I want to do there, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. I'm just rambling in directions, planning what we do next. Whatever we do, I want to plug in the nitrogen and see if we can start actually condensing it and running the evaporation chambers. So we've got our gas nitrogen here. We've got our liquid nitrogen here. I think we could just plug the liquid nitrogen right in. And we might want to do like a one-way valve here. Would make sense. That needs to be a liquid valve. Oop, this is wrong. This is like a free valve. We want to do a one-way valve. We basically only ever want to go from the storage. This is where it's coming out of the traders. We only ever want to go this way. From the traders to the cooling. Don't allow this to be like a passive filling for the cooling. We've got filling over there. We got space for it. We're good. Just a sec, my battery's dead. Did it kill the music? Oh, it killed the music. It didn't kill the music. False alarm. Okay. So this guy needs to go this way probably. Where does this plug in? I think we should have some sort of input here. Is it this one? How do I want to move that? Let's move it around the backside, maybe down. I think we could do that. think we could do something like a long straight one. Rotate it straight up. And then throw it in the wall so that it doesn't do much. Or we could run it out this way, is easy too. Alright, so this is our hot coolant. Hot coolant's a funny word. Funny phrase. But this is the hot end of our coolant, because we're going to have the cool end of the coolant going out. And that's what we're going to use to cool off all the rocketry. That's going to have to travel to wherever we want to cool stuff. And that's going to be a liquid. So we'll have that, and then we'll have the hot gas to help with the off-gassing from the evaporation of that liquid. Anyway, getting ahead of myself. This guy runs to our input, which needs to come over to here. It also needs to plug in inside. Currently missing the liquid pipe. Okay, got an input there. Yeah? You plugged into the right thing? Are you even plugged into anything? You're not. There we go. So this is liquid nitrogen. Comes on in, and that's the input to the system, which actually should like turn it on right away. As soon as we plug that in, it should start going. I'm gonna save here. We could turn this on too? Do we want to? Let's do one thing at a time. I'm gonna do the liquid first. So you gotta route over and not be confused with anything important. Let's try and hide you underneath a little bit. Probably eventually delete this line as well. But for now. Where you go all the way over to here. Yeah. We just run along this side's good. We're doing it. We're making the station. We're stationeering. Game is fun. Such a peaceful game. Alright, so I'm gonna save now. This should connect liquid from our... I speak so slow as I complete the actions while I think them. We've got our collection here of all the nitrogen, the liquid nitrogen. We're gonna go ahead and unleash that into the tubes, which is already open. It's already open. Good. Okay, that's fine. So this is now working through in one direction. Could do like a turbo pump or something here if we need. This guy's draining in. Just give it a little time. Anyway, that should be going in, and it should be immediately entering into the first chamber, I believe. Is that not the case? Are you not on? You're not on. Is your code running? Your code is running. Are you plugged in? I see a plug. Going up and over and down and in. And you are doing things? Okay. Well, I do remember when we were setting this up, we had tweaked the programming on this quite a bit. And I think we tweaked it in a good way. It was looking much better overall. But we were also, we didn't test it. So there's a very good chance that we just have done something wrong here. Let's take a quick look. What's the logic look like? What's going on in your brains, dude? What do you do? First off, I need to take a couple steps away from this blinky boy before it drives me insane. Let's maybe go step inside for a moment. Let's go somewhere with a view before we start programming. Get me out of this suit. Get this helmet off. I look like I'm a giant beaver. This is what it would look like if your eyeballs were inside the mouth of a giant beaver. Alright, somewhere with a view. That's much better. What do we got here? What's going on? We got our liquid tank input. We've got the target pressure memory, where we're setting the memory. We've got a gas sensor. Okay. So the liquid tank's keeping track of the amount of coolant that we have in the system. That'll overflow into the liquid tank, and that tells us when to stop bringing in liquids. The specific memory we're holding the pressure of the room to. Gas sensor to check that pressure. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, those look good. Alright, so specifically, I shouldn't just read through this. Well, it's a short program, but I could just jump down. Where are we computing the liquid drains? Why aren't those working? Are we setting them funny or something? First off, the actual set statement here is saying the liquid drains on is V liquid outlet is on. That should be working. This hasn't changed since we've used it in the past. So something about V liquid outlet is probably wrong. V liquid outlet is on. Is supposed to be set less than. V liquid outlet is on. V liquid volume, min liquid volume. So the outlet is on if the liquid volume is less than min liquid volume. Min liquid volume is 1000. Okay, so already this is seeming pretty good. This looks pretty correct. Did we not wire it up correctly? Did I not plug it into the right tank or something? What's going on here? Okay, I'm not sure. This looks okay to me. Let's go take a look. Need the eat and drink stuff anyway. Don't mind stepping inside for a second. How's our everything? You're done making things? Our furnace crafted the things it was supposed to. Now it's back to rotating through checking everything. These are all looking pretty okay. Nice. What about this? Do I want to do anything with this? I should be keeping an eye out for actual interesting traders. Like this one would be useful if we could get them. This one is going to have a bunch of nitrogen for us. This guy can probably go. I'm going to push the button and send him away. Let's check. Did I even need to do anything with you? I want to constantly be keeping an eye out for traders. Let's see. You will sell me nitrogen. I actually do want that. We already sold you everything we could. We tested you for water and volatiles, I remember. You want this one, but it's a little too many chores. So I want to buy your nitrogen. And then send you off. We're already pumping the room out, so we can close the door. We've got the nitrogen gas pump. Is that plugged in properly? It is plugged in to our coolant system, which holds oxygen, which would be very bad. This thing is not... This needs an adjustment. This is no longer set up correctly. This is for when this line was nitrogen. This line is now oxygen. This should never happen. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Okay, so that should be empty pipe. You're still working. I need to either plug this into a nitrogen line. We could pump this whole thing, pump the oxygen out of it, reroute it. Or we can just not buy nitrogen as gas. We can instead buy nitrogen as liquid, which I think is actually more expensive. Anyway, this is kind of ramblings. Let's see. I want to make that nitrogen do things. Let's look at that. Did I program you wrong? Did I not switch the switches to the correct knobs? That's my theory. Let's take a quick look. Throw that into there. Turn that off. What are you programmed as? You are the liquid tank. Okay, that seems right. You're the memory. That seems right. We can double check. Oh no, you're actually missing. Okay. This might have been wrong. But then I also expect things to break. You're the memory. Gas sensor, gas sensor. Nothing else. Okay. I am going to save. I'm going to turn you on. That should turn on, I think. Does it have power and not programming? Are you plugged in on one side but not the other? I see one. Is that both? Or is it just the one? What does an outlet look like? An outlet has power on one side and logic on the other. So everything is working correctly. And I have not put the wires in for the logic portion. Mystery solved. Well, not necessarily everything's working correctly, but it's not... If it's trying to turn on the liquid things, they're not going to get the message. We need to plug those in. I see cables are low. Give me like 400 cables, thank you. Do we have cables in the wall? Am I not prepared for this moment? No cables, no spare cables. All good. Alright, we got this guy. This guy's gone. Goodbye, that guy. We can bring this one in. I will send this one on his way. Do I want your nitrogen? I want your nitrogen. What am I saying? I'm going to plug in the nitrogen line. What am I even saying? Of course I want your nitrogen. Give me your nitrogen. What do I need for that? Just this? Oh, no, I'm going to stay. Let's go. I think we just go out this way. That'll keep it from getting too ugly. You just go straight out. Yep, this'll work. I'm buying your nitrogen, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the hot nitrogen line, which we're going to want extending all over the base anyway. Might as well just start extending it now. And set ourselves up to collect that gas. I'm going to leave the blue one as coolant, we're not even going to touch it. We're just going to collect this nitrogen. And where do we want it to go? Over to this line, is it? Yes, this line. Okay. Go just up. These can go back. Easy 2-minute chore while our cables craft. Then we can buy that man's nitrogen. Okay, so there's that. I was thinking too, we should start cooling off the nitrogen in this pipe. This pipe is full of nitrogen, which is almost ready to condense. We got 4 megapascals. We could start condensing that. This coolant is... It shouldn't be cold enough, but it's trying. It's trying. What happens if we turn on the condenser? You should be already set up with the correct values. I thought about it Sunday, not today. I click on. You should turn on. Are you working? It's increasing pressure. Temperature is negative 70. Let's see. So when it hits the target pressure, if it's cold enough, then it should start condensing. We should be able to see that. We're at the target pressure. Our temperature is too high, I believe. We need to be able to cool off enough to condense here, and we're not quite there. If we look at nitrogen, nitrogen doesn't go to liquid until negative 89, negative 90, somewhere around there. We did, what, 4,900? So we're looking for, like, negative 91. Probably even want to increase the pressure to, like, 5,000-ish. Let's do that. Let's do 5,000-ish. What is that? One on this. A little more pressure to help you condense. But yeah, this needs to cool off more. It should be dumping its heat into this section in theory. I'm not 100% sure. Let's give it a little time and see. I think the way it's supposed to work, we've got this... Oh, is this backwards? Did I do this backwards? I hope I saved. We have our heat exchange, and we have our input. So I'm trying to cool off oxygen here, and it's trying to dump its heat into here, which is why this is at negative 68, and this is at negative 68. I hope I saved. I've got those inputs backwards. I hope I'm looking straight at a condenser in confusion. Let's investigate. I was just about to turn this on. I was running in here to turn this on. Okay, and we just need to swap these guys. Let's pull this out. Throw it on the ground. Pull this out. Ooh, I think this is okay. Yeah. Let's do it this way. You can come up the wall. And then over here. Good. That's all plugged in. You should be totally empty. We'll turn that up to 5,000. You're good. No temperature. Just sitting at a vacuum. So our input is nitrogen. The heat, the waste heat, goes over here. Do I have enough? Are we out of pipes? Oh my god. I just ran through 200 pipes? No. Here's 200 pipes. I was thinking, there's no way. This is quite a mess. This is not how you want to do this, probably. We're just getting it done. It's okay. This is going to be hidden. It's hidden in a condensation room. Alright, we reroute the pipes. We save game. Snooze ads. I want to see this work. Let's see. Pull out my notebook. Take a look at you. You are at a Total void. That's good. Sitting at a vacuum. Turn this on. Take a look. Goes to pressure. Temperature is dropping rapidly. Good. And I don't think it's going to be able to get cold enough to condense yet. I think we got to wait a little bit for that one. But let's see. I said like negative 90-ish. It can't get colder than this. This is struggling to hit negative 80. Alright, well, regardless, this is working. I think we can see the temperature dropping. It's just not dropping low enough to be able to condense yet. So we got to give it some time. This guy will constantly keep itself full to whatever pressure you set. We've set it at 5 megapascals, which is right at the top end of when it becomes liquid, which is at super high pressure, relatively high temp. Needs to cool off all the way to negative 90, I believe. We're looking for, yeah, about negative 90. And then it'll be able to become a liquid. When it becomes a liquid, it drains into our liquid system here. So that's where we're going with this. And this is just being fed by the nitrogen tank here. This is like our hot air, basically, which we're trying to condense. So we've got 6-7 megapascals in here. We can add more now. We just got it wired up so that we can buy more from the vendors. We can buy liquid, we can buy gas. We need to pump that in, and then we need to get this coolant cool enough. I think we need a higher pressure of oxygen, which it is filling. We're up to nearly a megapascal now. But we want more oxygen, maybe some more cooling out of this system. It's doing what it can. Can I affect you? Can we take a look? If I look at all these liquid tanks, this is like how much overflow they have of coolant. So if there's an overflow in one of these chambers, it means that that chamber could probably be working a little bit harder. Other than like the last chamber, should be full, ideally. And full is 3,000 liters out of 6,000 liters. That's when they stop adding liquid. So this one's 2/3 full, pretty good. This one is totally full. 2/3 full. Not full at all. Totally full. Okay, so this one's all, like not full at all. So it is draining fast and not filling as fast as it'd like, I believe. This one's totally full, and its back up here is extremely totally full. So I think we can turn up this guy, basically, is what I'm thinking. We can just tweak the memory on any of these to adjust how much cooling we're doing. We just tweaked this one to try and pull to like negative 90-ish, a little higher even. Let's make this one work a little bit harder, perhaps. And we might even want to do that like all the way down the chain. Whatever's full could probably work harder, but you in particular. Let's see, what do we got? What are you? You're 4,000. You are 5,000. So what if you were like 4,750? That's going to pull that pressure down more. The vent turns on more. The temperature's going to drop here. That's just going to get launched off into the world. It's going to drain this liquid. It'll cause the first liquid in our chamber to drop pretty significantly. Let's see. What are we looking at here? Pollutant. So that first chamber, we're going down to 48, did I say? Oh yeah, that's a pretty big drop. That's going to pull it all the way down to like 93, 90 degrees. And it'll go from there. Okay, so that should make you stop working as hard. We might want to turn some other stuff up just a teeny bit. This one was totally full. This one's pretty full. That one's draining now. Okay, what if I turn this one a little bit too? Let's turn you down. You're 2,700. I'm going to turn you to 25. You're going to work a little bit harder. That's going to keep this chamber a little colder. And that should help this one stay colder. We're looking to keep this full, basically. So you can play with this a little bit, try and optimize it a bit more. Make sure this is doing enough cooling for us. We could also like add more chambers if we need to. But hopefully we're okay here. The only question I'm thinking is, are we going to be able to, when we have pressure in the coolant line, and it's full of like 10 megapascals of oxygen, are we going to be able to hold cold enough to condense the nitrogen? Only maybe. We might have to do all of our cooling based off of the end of this line here, off the nitrogen, and have that be our main coolant for our everything. And then only exchange energy with the oxygen from like this chamber to this chamber, basically. If that might, that'll definitely lock it in at much lower temperatures, but I don't know if that's overkill. Hopefully we don't need to do that. And I remember I was looking at these. If you just look at them, you can see the latent heat. So the latent heat for pollution, this gives you 2 kilojoules per mole evaporated. That's like a huge amount of energy. So this is a lot of energy as it's doing the evaporation. If we look at nitrogen, nitrogen only does 0.5, so it's 4 times less efficient in evaporation. We really don't want to be using that to cool anything more than we have to, where we need the super low temperatures for liquid fuel, basically. We'll see. What do we got? Short question, maybe tomorrow make a repair challenge, maybe. I don't know what we need to do for that, but I'd be down to do a thing. Explode, explode. Do you want to see some explosions? You want to see a farming sim? What farming sim? You're watching ads? That's perfect. That's amazing. Alright, what are we doing? How are you doing? Are you doing the thing? You're not emptying at all. We need a pump. We have no pump. Give me a liquid pump. Pump. Liquid volume pump. Give me like 5 of those. Yeah. Did we get some things? Did you make the things? Weren't you supposed to make 1,000,000,000 cables? I am so certain. I told you to make 1,000,000,000 cables. And now I am much less certain. I told someone to make 1,000,000,000 cables. Full of cables? Two. No. Mysterious. Alright, what are we doing?
Oxygen critical.
You hear good things about Coral Island. Check that out. I gotta play Oxygen Not Included too, though, after this, you know? I'm gonna save just in case. I'm gonna buy 40 nitrogen. Gonna max them out. We're gonna buy that. We're gonna say cool. Nothing else here. You go away. Nitrogen gets pumped. Oh no. My line is gone. We lost it. Oh no. Oh, I lost 2 minutes of work. Alright, we gotta recover 2 minutes of work. Give me 2 minutes to work. You're supposed to be black. You go here. I remember. He's starting to remember. Now, real quick before we do this, I think there was a dude we wanted to bring in, right? There's a trader over here we want. We get that trader. You ready? You good? Void vending, maybe. Nucleus seems good. Nectar seems good. I don't think we could bring this one, though. I'm gonna do void vending. That's the one. You. Land. Void pending returns. I'll give you your explosions in a minute. I also like explosions. Just let it heat up a bit, and then we'll make some explosions. It's got to be warm enough that the fuel makes explosions. Okay, so we're just quickly re-adding what we are missing here. My bad. Does this connect? Oh, I remember this connects right here. You're not going to intersect, are you? Oh, you are in the worst way possible. Don't do that. Don't mix with the oxygen. That would be very bad. Okay, reconstruct that bit. Nitrogen can now connect with the trade port. Trade port can pump the nitrogen into the tubes. Now I'll save just in case, but should be good. Do you have any things? Do you sell things? Do you buy stuff? What's your deal? You sell nothing interesting. You buy oxygen, no thank you. Hardsuit package, this one's actually good. This one's easy to do. Can I sell you my hardsuit? My hardsuit's damaged. I think I'm gonna sell you my hardsuit. And then fix my hardsuit. So what's it needs? What does it need? It needs a helmet and a hardsuit. Needs oxygen, it needs a waste tank. It needs a filter for carbon dioxide. Okay. And that's all in a box. That's a good one. Let's give him that. And yeah, let's try and replace my old hardsuit. Let's just throw this one away, basically. If we could sell it, get rid of the damage, that'd be nice. So he wants a hardsuit helmet and a hardsuit suit. He wants 2 canisters for the exhaust and the oxygen. He wants a single carbon dioxide filter. Easy. And then he wanted some battery. I forget. I'll have to look at that. I think a large battery. Which I think we have spares of. Let's charge one of these large batteries up. That one takes a minute. Alright, give me one of those. Okay, this is our new hardsuit. I feel like I should change colors. It's time for... I need some new clothes. I need a new look. What color am I? Maybe red? Red's pretty cool. Maybe I'm red now. Ooh, look at that. That's gonna be a better AFK view. What else do I need? I'm going to need a carbon filter. Let's do the cheapest one. Just one. Gonna need a box. One. You are red. Okay, so this is the new suit. Let's see if this works. Let's just swap out everything. Why do you have a heavy water filter? No. What are you doing? Alright, this one gets this, and this, and this. And this should do it. Okay, I'm gonna throw these on the ground real quick. Where's my box? There's my box. You can go in. Let's go talk to this dude and check.
Oxygen
Why do you have a
critical.
water filter, guy? Come on. You're misbehaving. You don't need a water filter. I just want to double check. You wanted a large battery, right? One battery large. Canisters and oxygen. Filter. Okay, all good. I think we're good unless he's mad about it having like 1% damage on it, which might be the case. Could be. Alright, and you need to go in here for a second. That'll fill up the air. There it is. Gotta give him the oxygen. Okay, does it charge faster? If I put this into here and throw you into there, does the battery go up faster? Looks like it. It's going up real fast now. So let's just let it sit there for a minute. Then we can throw it in the box and should be good to sell it. Seems good. Don't need these. I feel like I want these to be red now too. I need a new uniform. Uniform. Give me a new uniform. Is there a fancy uniform? This one's fancier. I don't know why I'm taking it. Give. Oh, I can't paint you? That's okay. I will wear you. Oh, it looks different. This was the other one, the Marine uniform. This is a Commander uniform. Ooh, upgrade. Very nice. Okay, my armor is no longer damaged. Are you full? You are full. I'm gonna insert that into there. See if we can sell it to the dude.
Oxygen low.
Oh, and I forgot, we're gonna need to tweak the hard suit settings too. We should probably have a smaller pressure. First off, is this everything? Are we good? Nice. Sell my old one. You've got nothing that I want to buy from you, so I'll take your money and I'll let you go, but that was good. And then let's adjust this. We're gonna say pressure down all the way to maybe like 50. And that's gonna save a lot on air conditioning. We're only gonna have half the amount of air we're trying to cool off. And since it's pure oxygen, causes no trouble. I want 2 more carbon dioxide filters so that we don't accidentally have any go into our inventory like they just did. Give me 2 of those. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. What are we doing? What's going on? Waiting for oxygen to fill the line and get the coolant colder. Seeing if our cooling changes have brought the temperature down at all. Can keep an eye on the liquid levels. Trying to condense some of the nitrogen. And I wanted to get you pumping your liquid nitrogen into the pumps. I remember now. We needed a whole bunch of cables. And did you make cables? I see 14 cables. I see you're no longer running. I see we're not out of copper. I see the pipe thing is requesting something. Pipe thing got its things. Go to 0. Are you gonna request copper? You have 1 copper. You should be running. Why aren't you running? We got a bug. We got a bug. Call the bug police. We got a bug. Something's not working here. What's your problem? What are you at? You have 385 left. So you made like 14 and then you got hung. And you're no longer working. You just locked up. Did the cat have something to do with it? Did the cat do this? Have you been misbehaving? Did you fuck with my robots?
Hunger critical.
Cats love fucking with robots. You ever seen them ride a Roomba? They love it. Alright, those go there, that goes there, that goes there. Let's take a quick look. Can I figure out what's going wrong here? There's still, this program has been, it feels like unnecessarily complicated, perhaps. I think it'd be so much simpler if we just throw out an order for like 250 of one kind of item and then see what happens. The way we've done it, where it does like one order at a time, has caused all sorts of issues with like timing. We're having to keep track of a bunch of variables, and even some that feel like duplicate variables. So I'm not too surprised to see this failing, and I feel like my solution in general has been less simple or like elegant than it could be. Just less simple is better. This is pretty gnarly. We're having to constantly check for stuff, and it looks like we're doing it wrong. So let's take a quick look and think about that real quick. See if we can figure out why it's not able to make cables. I also need to use the bathroom real quick. So let me eat some food, drink some water. Chill in the corner for a moment. Use the bathroom, run a couple ads maybe. Look at that view. Where should you chill? There's gotta be some good chilling spots. Could we watch the sunrise? Ooh, this is pretty good. Okay, I'll be back in 1 minute. Alright, I wasn't gone long enough for us to see the sunrise. It would have been pretty. It would have gone, whee! That's what it does. That's its move. Okay. Let's take a quick look. What's going on here? Did we import our code? Let's edit it. So I think something's going on here with the printing cables in particular is locking up. It is getting into a weird mode where I think it's like waiting to run. I think it is waiting for the completion to reset or something. But it has something to do with the fact that the cables are being created extremely fast. I remember this giving us trouble in the past, and I thought I debugged it, but it looks like it's working for a little bit, and then it's shutting off after doing like 15 or 20 cables. So that's not great. I'm also still not even 1000% sure that's the case. I think I've loaded a couple saves. Maybe I loaded it and that messed with it. Anyway, we can take a quick look at this. I think that it has to do partially with the last completion ratio, and the crafter has started. If I remember right, we've got a couple of variables here that are almost like identical and seem to be conflicting with each other. So maybe something has to do with that, but maybe not. Let's maybe take a quick look and think about this. So what's happening? What happens when we start crafting? Or even first, what are our stages? We've got an idle stage, we've got a crafting stage, and then we've got a canceling stage. We're going to default our stage to idle. We're going to clear the crafter. We're going to unlock it just as we start our program. Then we're going to start jumping into our main loop, loading variables, and doing branches into whatever stage that we are supposed to be handling. So every loop, no matter what, we're going to load a bunch of variables and make sure that all of our counts and everything are current, and then use those to drive our logic in whatever stage we're in. Okay. Just revisiting stage idle. I remember we had to do some extra funny logic here for this kind of corner case of canceling the job when the run switch is off and the item count's greater than 0. And the job is running. I think this is what we added, was job is running. Job is running. And crafter has started. Already to me that just rings as like there's some sort of bug there. That's wrong. Those should both be the same like variable. Something funny is going on there. Those are different words for the same thing. Why would we be treating them differently? What's the difference? Maybe the bug is somewhere in that, but that feels wrong. Anyway, we're using that to help drive when we're canceling, and we're not entering the canceling stage right now. We're not triggering any of this logic. We know that because otherwise, when we enter the canceling stage, we've seen this work well a bunch of times, and I could be wrong about this, but fairly confident. When we enter the canceling, we're just going to reset everything. It resets all the dials. It turns it off. It clears everything. So we would be seeing all the dials and everything reset. And we're seeing that no, it's still trying to do, it thinks it's at like 185 when I told it to do 200. And it's just hanging there. So we're not hitting cancel. Nothing in that logic is twitching or triggering. Okay. So we're branching if equal to 0, run switch is on, main. So just go to main until the run switch is flicked. Make sure that the thing's supposed to be running. Branch relative if the item count is greater than 0. Then jump 3 lines, 1, 2, 3, go to here. Otherwise, if the item count is 0, if we're done, do the cancel stage and wrap everything up. So that's how we're stopping when we're done. And then at this point, we have the run switch on, we have stuff to do. So it's going to start crafting. It's going to set the lock to 1. It's going to clear memory. It's going to load the memory with a job for crafting, which is one operation for the opcode of wait until next valid, which will make sure it doesn't start doing anything until it's valid. And then we have a bunch of logic here to form the next opcode, which we add right here. And this is the actual execute recipe call, which is just going to make one of whatever item has been selected. And then finally, once we start doing that, we're hard coding here. We're saying, okay, job is running is just set to 1. We just turn job is running on. Okay, so that already rings, like, that seems good to me. That feels like this would be a good place to set this. And if we can, we don't even want to be paying too much attention to... I know we're like looking at completion ratios and crafter has started and stuff. Like if we could delete some of this logic and just rely on like this maybe, that could be nice. But I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm not sure there. Anyway, this all looks okay for like getting it going, and then it changes to stage crafting. I think we're good so far. Could it be going so fast it never increments the counter? It is yielding with every iteration of the loop. It's like the first part of the main function. So theoretically that one yield should be enough time for everything to settle. And even as we're like doing all of our stages and everything, as we change the stage, that's like giving it a tick to update. So and we can look at the logic here. What's going on, if I remember right, when we start a new job, the completion ratio is still 1. So you'd think that when it, let's see, how do I even phrase this? I can't even remember super clearly right now. But you'd think they would reset to 0 at a certain point, and it just kind of doesn't. When the job finishes, it sits at completion as 1. So we're having to add a bunch of like manual logic for tracking when we think it's actually starting and running. And we need to see the moment the completion ratio goes from like 1 to 0, and then we know, okay, we're actually tracking a real job getting done here. But I don't think it has to do with like the counters incrementing or anything, because the counters are actually the physical dials, and those are getting updated, and then they have a yield in between any sort of future interactions, if not multiple yields. So that should be enough time for them to set, I would think. And even if they were wrong, then I would expect the counts to be a little funny, and maybe for it to like print 220 when it was only supposed to print 200, or to like have the number be a little off, but not just like a complete hang up. So I would think that wouldn't cause any issues here if the dials were out of sync. Okay, so we're looking at stage crafting. Stage idle seems pretty good. Not really seeing anything in there that looks bad, and I like the idea of manually triggering job is running. Okay, stage crafting is checking to see if the run switch goes off. If the run switch goes off, it'll go to stage cancel, and it'll wrap everything up and cancel. We have like an abort function. If that's not the case, it continues down to here. It'll say branch if equal to 0, vcrafter has started main. So this is waiting for the crafter to like actually start running, and then it's going to go ahead and continue with its logic. Otherwise, this might be avoiding the situation I'm talking about with the completion ratios incorrectly registering. Let's look at that really quickly. Let's go down to where we're computing vcrafter has started. What is vcrafter has started? Vcrafter has started is itself ORed with R0. R0 is if the completion ratio is less than 1. Okay, and then the completion ratio is the crafter completion ratio. So this is checking to see, I want to see the completion ratio be less than 1. If the completion ratio is less than 1, then the crafter has actually started. And then that seems good. Where else is crafter? Why are we oring this? Shouldn't I just be setting this here? Why is this R0? Oh, I know why. So that it doesn't turn, let's see. So that when it's 1, it won't trigger it again, I think is why. So crafter has started as a 0 when we're starting, and the thing is a 1. So this is going to be a 0 while it's a 1, and then crafter has started is going to be a 0. When it goes to 0 and starts actually crafting a job, then R0 is going to be a 1, and it's going to be 1 all the way until it goes up to 1. So vcrafter has started will be a 0, and then it'll get turned to 1, and vcrafter has started will remain a 1, and it'll be ORed with a 1 over and over and over until we get to 1. And then at 1, for the completion ratio, R0 is going to be registering a 0 again, but we're going to keep this as a 1 because we're oring it with itself. So the moment it gets turned to a 1, it's a 1 forever. That's why that's happening. Definitely don't want to overwrite that logic. It makes sense why that would exist. Could this have anything to do with the bug that we're currently seeing? Is the cable crafting so fast that we never see the completion ratio drop below 1? Maybe that's what's happening here. That would make sense. Then it would craft a thing, and it would just have a 1. It would never get the chance to break below 1. So if it was perfectly timed and it takes less than a tick to craft a single thing of it, or it could have to do too, do I have like, are there sleeps going on that we can avoid or something? Is there any sleep in here that could be causing any sort of delay that we need to remove, because cables craft very fast? That might be a thing. I'm trying to think, what do we want to do here? Maybe even like keep track of the time. Say if nothing happened, try again. If nothing happened after X amount of time. But that would line up poorly with when it requires regents and stuff, and when your mall runs dry. So we don't want to do that. Tricky. Alright, so what about where we are doing the creation of the job here? Do we have any sleeps anywhere? I don't think so. We clear the memory. We load the memory. There's no sleeping. We go to main. Main yields for tick, main loads variables. Immediately loads all this. And it might already be too late for the completion ratio. There's no lag in any of that. There's no delay. There's no sleep. Except this one yield, which is like a minimum thing that we need to do. Are we debugging or rebugging? We're analyzing failures. We're debugging. But it looks like not bugs, more like kind of really corner cases of the game that we need to account for if we can. Right now the cables are crafting so fast that they're never registering as having started crafting. I'm not sure what to do about that. Is there a way that we could like clear the memory better? Can we clear the memory? Can we set the value for the completion ratio? Let's take a look at like an auto lathe as an example. Just gotta figure this out. Don't know what's going on exactly. We're working on it. We're seeing if we can do something about this. This is a unique and new problem. Where is your brain? What do you have for programming things? There it is. Logic. Sorry about that. Clear memory. This feels tempting.
Hydration critical.
I think we should do clear memory, maybe. Let's try and do clear memory. So first off, this is all saved. We could just take another, I'm gonna like save this as version 2, and we can just take a different branch with this. Let's try something a little bit different, and let's put it in a totally different version so we don't mess up our stuff and our things. I think that's a place to start, but I want to try this differently. Let's try and just like, the problem is we're just trying to figure out what's the completion ratio, and it's incorrectly at 0 when it should be, it's incorrectly at 1 when it should be at 0. Because the machine's just kind of like hanging there. So if part of our end stage, if we could just like reset the memory and set that to 0, which is something that we need. And I'm not sure if I've tried reset memory. We can give that one a shot. I've tried to, all over the place, I'm trying to like clear the memory. I'm saying like clear the item. We have CLR, like here, clear the crafter. This isn't supposed to be clear the crafter, this is supposed to be clear the memory. So I think we want to change this to clear the memory. And also I'm worried, do we need to give this like a yield? Let it chill for a minute? I think we're looking for clear memory. I don't think we want this. I think we want clear memory. Or even like as part of the cancel clear memory, probably. Part of the idle loop, maybe? Clear memory? I don't think so. It seems like stage crafting would be the right place to do it. Or not stage crafting, sorry. Right as you're going to stage crafting, right as you're initializing, you would want to clear the memory, basically right here. Just trying to think out loud. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do this. What's this thing named? This is our crafter controller. So we'll say crafter controller v2. Now with cleared memory. And let's try and do that. That should clean things up a bit, I think. We'll save this code. We're going to clear the memory differently now. We're now going to say set decrafter. Yeah, are we good here? Just looking, what's the decrafter? Oh, this is the one that's directly plugged in. We're good, we're good. I was thinking the other devices I've used from the crafters iterated through in like an array or accessed by name, but this is one per machine, one chip per machine. So we're gonna set your clear memory, come on now, to 1, and then let's yield. So as part of the crafting stage, when it's time to start crafting and actually insert the memory for like doing the thing and the stuff, We're going to set clear memory to 1. We're going to yield for a tick to let it update. That should set the clear memory thing. It should do whatever it does to clear memory. This should clear the memory so that we actually have a valid completion ratio, I think. So let's try and do that. And then crafter has started gets removed. Or we could leave it like this. It's just a convoluted thing that we don't need anymore, I think. No, I don't think we want to leave it at this. I think we want to remove it. We say load completion ratio here. Wherever we're relying on crafter has started, that's got to go. So let's go ahead and get rid of crafter has started. Let's update the registers. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. This is going to break code all over. So let's find where it breaks. Okay. Branch if equal to 0, crafter has started. So this is branch if equal to 0, completion ratio. You never set crafter has started. Remove that. Hello. I'm a spaceman. We need cat emotes. You do need cat emotes. You make a good argument. He's a good cat. He deserves some more emotes. He's only got 1 and he looks very shy. He deserves at least 2 or 3. Alright, where are we? We're moving to stage idle. We are... what did we do? Okay, so here in stage crafting, it's looping. Now it's going to be looping on the completion ratio. Whenever the completion ratio is less than 1, it's going to go to main, and it's going to keep on looping forever. So this should wait for it to finish. We've removed all of the logic that we had that was making it hang up on cables, basically, I think. That's only if the memory clear works, though. There's a very good chance that that memory clear does nothing, and then we're going to have troubles again. But let's try this and see what happens. This seems good. And this is also low confidence fix. I will be very happy if this works. I will be unsurprised if it does not. Alright, it's immediately resuming. How we doing? It ran out of material. It's calling material. Did I see it twitch? It's ticking down. Okay. And that's because its completion's still at 1, I'm guessing, right? Let's take a look at you. Completion ratio's 1. Is there anywhere else in the code where we can set that completion ratio? Let me copy that. Let me see where else are we clearing, or where logically would we want to do that. Maybe we don't want to do it before we start crafting, but at like the end, when we go to the idle loop. Let's get rid of it here. Get rid of that. So when we're crafting, right when we're about to go to stage idle, that's when it makes sense to clear the memory. When it's all done, we're going to idle, clear the memory, and then while it's idling, it should be at 0 in theory. I think this was the right spot to do that. I don't think we need to give this a yield or anything, because that's already going to come in the rotation to idle. This is also where it's setting all the dials to decrement everything. Okay. Confirm. Export. Nothing there. You, go here. Export. You, go here. You, edit. Save. Close. Cancel. You gonna work? Are you gonna keep ticking down? You called things like you're supposed to. I think you're flying down way faster than you should be. What's your configuration? Where is your completion ratio? I don't think it's getting reset like I want it to. This looks like these guys are ticking down more than they should. You can see it going down way faster. What do I do with you? How do I track this? I think we have to keep with our older code. But I want to figure out some way to get around this to make this work. Cables in particular is like one of the most common recipes. It's going to be a little bit obnoxious if that program doesn't really work right. Stare, 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 stare. Pretty much programming life is mostly staring and wondering why don't the numbers do the number tricks I want. They're doing the wrong thing. What do I do about this? It's unfortunate the clear memory doesn't seem to be clearing the completion ratio. Maybe that's clearing the memory for any sort of like jobs in the system. What else can we use to track the completion ratio here if it just moves so fast that we can never read it when it's below 1? It's an emote you cannot see, and it is a cat. I love it. I also cannot see it, but I can imagine what cats look like, and I love it. Maybe you have to shove the product into a stacker and count there. That's a good idea. So we've already got the stacker plugged in. We could check to see when the stack count changes. That's how we know that the job is done. Okay, that's a great idea. Does the stacker have a count? Nice thinking, viewer. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Nighthawk. That's a good idea. I think one of these is right. Let's take a look. We should just mouse over it with the device. What's going up? Import count. Yeah, that makes sense. That'll work. Good idea. Okay, you go here. Import, edit. So completion ratio can go. Last completion ratio can go. Job is running. Can stay. Maybe. Let's have alias v start stacker count. R6. R7 goes above. Job is running. So we'll have job is running. We'll have a start stacker count, and then we'll keep an eye on the stacker count, and if it changes, then job is running will change as well. I think that could work. Let's see. So we've got the completion ratio here. Maybe job is done seems better. Job is done. Let's have a variable for job is done. So when we are going into our crafting stage and we start crafting, we will move the job is done. It's going to be set to 0. And then we actually had, that's exactly what this is. But it's going to be a 0 now. Job is done is 0. We're going to be crafting probably stage cancel here. We'll want, we've already got that too. Job is done goes to 0. Okay, crafting is going to say branch if equal to 0, v job is done. This goes away. Okay. Come down here. Last completion ratio is gone. So we're going to load from V. No, we're going to load into R0 from V stacker. Is it? What's your name? D stacker. I think it was import count. Let's check. Someone getting banned? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Behave. Don't make mods do things. Mods hate doing things. I think it was import count. I remember that changing. Okay, so import count is the one. Good. So we will load our import count into R0, and we don't really need to keep track of that. What we need to do is to have the start stacker count get set when we start the job. So in the crafting portion here, we will set this guy to whatever the current count is, which then we do need to keep track. The stacker count R5. Okay, so we'll load the stacker count as part of every iteration of the loop into stacker count, which is going to be the dstacker import count. Okay, now we've got that variable to use. We come up here, we say the start stacker count is going to be the v stacker count. So the current stacker count is going to be where we're starting from. Cool. And then we will continue. Let's see, we need to continue with our logic. We need to compute the job is done. Job is done, we're setting to 0 at the very beginning of our loop, which is also when we're setting the stacker count. So we will say, let's see, set not equal, the into job is done, the stacker count, and the start stacker count. Okay, is this good? Is this all we need? When the stacker count changes, it's going to tweak job is done, and that will be different until the stacker count gets updated again. Okay, I think this might be alright. The only other thing is, this should probably be ordered with itself, since it gets hard-coded to be on, or it gets hard-code reset. If we have, like, let's say you make one thing a couple of times, you might get this to accidentally trigger incorrectly, I'm thinking. So we might want to OR it with itself, similar to what we were doing with previous logic. Say this guy, R0, and then we'll say this guy. So if it ever is out of sync, then we'll flip that flag for job is done, and it's going to stay there until we reset it to do a new job. Okay. So I think that should do it, just keeping track of the import count. And then the only other thing is that the import count is going to change. Sometimes it's going to distribute something, it's going to fill, and then it's going to pull the chute, right? So maybe it needs enough time to be able to pull the chute. Are we giving it enough of a yield? Let's see. So when we're in the crafting loop, maybe we want to give it like a full second to be able to pull the chute if it ever needs to. Otherwise, the chute, it could start crafting the next one while the chute is being pulled. The number changes. It's thinking it's done. It increments incorrectly. If that makes sense. Okay, so that's even just like right here. We can just, in every iteration of our crafting loop, let's just give it a single second. It's going to take 1 extra second to craft things, which is enough time to exit the machine, enter the stacker, have the stacker auto pull if it's supposed to, have the stacker count get to a value that is correct, that's not going to change. And then we shouldn't have any issues. Alright, I feel like this is enough changes. This is not going to work. I also hate how complicated this is. I'm tempted to just throw it in the dumpster and just change it to do all of the instructions at once. I think that's going to work better. But we're close, and it's kind of fun the way it works. I like the way it updates the dials every time. Okay, I'm going to save. We're going to throw it in. Hopefully it will craft and function and like do the right things. Or just immediately run into errors. Line 42. What's going on in line 42? Probably something wrong, I would guess. If I had to guess, I would guess there's something wrong at line 42. 42! What you doing here? You are checking to see if the job is running and the run switch is off and the item count is greater than 0. Then go to cancel. Okay. So do we just like knot this? What is it? Job is done. Let's see. We've got R0, R1. Those get ANDed. Okay, so then we can say set equal to 0 into R1 again. The job is done. Is this good? Did I invert the logic on accident? We inverted this boolean from being one way to another. So we're going to invert it here. We're going to set it equal to 0 and just flip it. It's either a 1 or a 0, and set equal to 0 is going to flip it. And then we're going to AND it in. And I think this should do it. Without thinking about it too much. Alright, we're crafting. Looks like it's working. It's no longer out of sync. The question is, can you make me 114 of these? In fact, I want to cancel. That's one thing to test. Do you cancel? You do. And you should eject. Can you... I want an exact number. Give me 111. Go. That's your ultimate test. And I'm feeling pretty good about this code already. I'm going to go ahead and throw it into the other machines. Just so we have consistent behavior across all machines. Thank you for that suggestion. That's a great tool. That's much, much, much better solution. The counter on the stacker is a much better indicator as to whether something has changed or something is crafted. Completion ratio is not quite cutting it. Alright, you're good. Make me 111 things. Oh man, that was quite a side quest. It's like the 6th or 7th time I've had to pull up the floor and supposedly fix you. Anyway, I'm feeling pretty good about this one. Just like I was the last 7 times. What are we doing here? We can put on a suit. We still need to do the cables on the nitrogen, and it should start doing nitrogen things. I thought I was bringing in a trader. None right now. This one could be good. Can we get him? Oh, we can get him. Hydro Harvest Haven. I think this is either water or could be like seeds. Either one of those is good. So let's bring them in. This could be good too, but 20 seconds. I don't think we get them, and we have a bad connection. Gravels is ore. No, thank you. So we'll bring this person in and see what they got. How we doing? How many things you got in there? 24. 86 left. I can't do the math. That's impossible math, but something like that. Okay, trader comes in. I don't know if I have these. Definitely have the others. Do we want to sell anything? I mean, it's free money. Could get this one. Could sell him. Could sell him these. This is pretty good. What do you want? You want 100 moles. You want 76. 76 water. Okay. Sure. We just made machines for this. Let's use them. So bought a couple seeds. Let's check this. You have pumped to empty. You want 76 water. So 76. Water is 3. 1, 2, 3. Save just in case. Should be good. Click the button. And it should try to first pump to empty. Oh, it didn't work, did it? Let's try that again. Click the button. There it goes. Pump to empty. It's already empty. Fill with water. Fill to the desired amount. Then we can go sell it. He wanted a genetic thing. I'm actually going to cancel you. How many we got left? 60. Let's get to 59. Then you should be a... I don't know. It should be something close to a 0. Close to a multiple of 10. No, 53? Maybe right. Maybe not. Anyway, I want to do that so that we can change it and go here. Let's go to the vendors for our stuff. And then let's build it whatever genetic thing it wanted. One of these, I think. Go ahead and give him one of these. Is this all going to work right? Can I see this job wrap up correctly? Should make this. Should go through the stacker. Should turn this off. Make sure all the switches are 0. Pull the chute, or pull the stacker. Just want to make sure this works. You gonna cancel? Okay. For cable, give me, so this is gonna make 62, 63. So give me 70, which means you'll have to request material. And you'll have a very round number. Give me 70. Good luck. Alright, this is filled with water. And whatever we wanted to sell. Let's go sell. Maybe grab a couple seeds. So there's all the water. Got 76 available. Sell it all. Wants 20 carbon dioxide. We could do that. It's 100. It's not really worth anything. This is 4. We could sell that. Don't care about those two so much. Probably good. Anything to buy? We already got the seeds. Okay, buy. That's not bad. And the last thing is there's probably a teeny bit of leftover water. Just the tiniest bit didn't get sold, so we need to purge that out. Go ahead and click the exhaust button. Just dump that into space. Nice. It's a good system. And then finally, I was doing all this. First, I want to see 70 cables come through to burn some time while we wait for that. Let's go do the nitrogen chamber. Let's go finish that thing up. We just needed to add like a wire in each spot, and then it should turn on. Throw that into the abyss. Head over here, and let's make sure this is... Ooh. Are we good? I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Let's make sure all of these are off for now. Turn off all the logic so that they're not trying to turn any of these on. And we need to go get them plugged in properly and make sure they're not on. Everything's at a perfect vacuum right now, so it's in a good condition for us to go in there. Make sure we don't use any jetpack. Enter the vacuum. All of these guys need to change. Okay. So our problem is only that this guy requires power on... power and logic. So I'm going to turn it off. And we can see it's lit up, but it's wrong. It doesn't have power. Right now it's only got the logic side plugged in. It doesn't have power plugged in there. So that's what we're here to do. Let's turn it off. Let's put the power in. And then you should be good to function correctly. We need to do this for every chamber. There we go. And we want to make sure it does not turn on, because if it does, then it's going to start making a bunch of gas, and it's going to leak out everywhere, and then we're going to have to get rid of it. It's going to be annoying. So let's just go in here and get all these turned off. Plug them in. What's going on with power here? Oh, yeah, ladder. Super disorienting. What in the what? Come on now. I'm getting bullied by ladders. Alright, that's 2 rooms. Off. Oh, are you all wired? Are you good? Looks like I got this one. What about you? Are you wired? I've fallen in a hole. I've fallen in a hole and I can't get out. I think this one's plugged in too. That looks good. This one is also plugged in. This one is not... Wait, is it? I already saw on the other side that it is, right? Yeah, there's power. Power and logic, and you're on, but you got nothing to move, so nothing happens, no problem. Last one. You are on, you are fully plugged in. Okay. So about half of these were actually done correctly. Just missed a couple. And that is why we have it all set up to be able to easily move in, do some work, move out without losing any nitrogen. I'm going to go ahead and save in case I mess this up. Let's close all the blast doors and head out. I think we should be good to turn it on and actually see some nitrogen start to move. Alright, back to the void. I'm going to save. Let's reset this chip. Turn it on. That should turn on. This should have some gas going in. We can see there's temperature with very, very, very low pressure. But we are getting liquid nitrogen. It's now pumping into this chamber. And it is pressurizing. It's evaporating. Temperature's actually going down. We're super, super cold. But it's meeting whatever pressure it's going to meet. So nitrogen is going to do what? I've looked at this chart so many times, I'm surprised I haven't memorized. It's going to pump, we're at like negative, very cold right now. So yeah, it's like kilopascals right now. Interesting. Okay, anyway, let's give more liquid to the system. I remember we don't have much liquid in the system is probably part of it. We made these liquid pumps and then we didn't plug them in. Let's plug them in. I'm just gonna go straight off the main power line. Or we could just grab a transformer too. Let's grab a transformer, why not? Turn that on, give it some power. Plug it in. Okay. So plug this guy in. Turn this on. Turn it all the way up. Now we've got the nitrogen pumping in. Should move into this chamber. Should start filling. And what are you supposed to pump to? You're at 4,800. So this guy goes all the way down to here. Okay. So what I think that means is that we're not going to see a ton of evaporation because it's so cold, and it's pretty much immediately going to condense. We'll start collecting some liquid. And we have to collect like 2,000 liters to be able to even fill up to the point here. But once we get like halfway up this line, it's going to hit the passive vent, and it's going to start entering the system for storage. So that's where we start filling this guy the moment it hits right there. And it's going to keep pumping liquid into here until that guy is half full. And then it's going to say, alright, that's enough liquid, no more. If we fill up enough to like reach the walls, then they'll bust out and break under pressure. So we're only filling this well, and then it just goes straight up into storage. And that's how we keep track of how full the chamber is. And then we just pump it down to this pressure. So given some time, since it's so cold, it's pretty much immediately filling here. And it will pass quickly into the next chamber. And then this one's going to fill, and they're going to keep doing that for a while. Just because it's so cold, it's going to be able to run down a ways, I think, before it'll start evaporating enough to overpressurize and to start re-entering the cooling loop. But anyway, we're getting this going. Just add a huge amount of nitrogen. Now, what else is going on in here? Can we take a look at the pipes? How are the pipes doing? Pipes have been chilling. They're down to -1, or -81, -82, colder. But not cold, not great. You are still trying to condense at 5 megapascals. And the temperature is just a little too high. You just can't quite get it. Okay. What's your pressure? You're at 1.4 megapascals. So maybe it's just add pressure. How's the temperature keeping here? You're at -90 with the correct pressure. So this guy's holding. This is going to the spot we want. This is filling. So we have plenty of cooling power from the cooling end of our system here. The issue that we're running into is just that the exchange of heat is not great. So I'm thinking about this. We might want to tweak this a bit. We could even do as little as, once this is pumped up a bit, maybe we just like break the line right here so that the cooling on these few goes to here exclusively and can make sure it matches here, while the cooling on these guys goes down to the rest of the base where it's like cooling off extremely hot steam and that sort of thing. That's why our temperature's high. So maybe we do that, or maybe if we just let this pump to 10 megapascals or 20 megapascals, we'll have enough pressure in the system that the heat exchange goes up and the temperature on the coolant locks in with the temperature on our chamber here. And then we'll have that -90 we need to condense. So I think we just add time. We might need a little bit of optimizations here, but the general, the maths, the general logic, the general structure, we can take the cooling from the coldest we can get this chamber. Will be cold enough to get some condensation and to start our nitrogen loop, which we will be able to make the coldest colds. I love the color of this nitrogen too. That looks really cool. I'm tempted. We might want to get some, like, if we get excess liquid nitrogen, we should start making, like, water pools and nitrogen pools next to water pools. Like, put lights on them or something. Maybe have, like, a pool of pollution and a pool of nitrogen and a pool of water. Just have, like, I don't know, like a giant glass pool with different colors for every segment. Can we put fishes in it? I want fishes. This looks like good water for fishes. Alright. Anyway, looking good. What are we doing? What's happening? You guys are up and running. I should turn on more chambers. You can all run now. You all have the right code and the right programming. And you should all turn on your pumps, which I can see. That looks good. So just add nitrogen. And eventually we're going to have a super cold chamber here. Seems good. Another thing I didn't think of. We're going to need the ability to exchange heat with this section. Oh, wait, I did think of that. That's that one. Ah. Okay, so we already have... This is our eventual super cooled coolant. Sunday. Just add nitrogen. Nitrogen and time and oxygen to this line. This is all seeming good. Okay, this is progress. What now? How about some trading things? Any trading things to trade? Can we collect some nitrogen, maybe? Can we bring in one of the build ink people? And give them some, ore. Or ingots. I want to sell the fancy ingots that we can auto-craft. Those are worth a ton.
Hydration critical.
Alright, we're chilling. Ooh, this has got to be red now. Nice. Red. Actually, it's kind of gross. That's kind of a gross red. What if you were purple? Nice. Purple. That'll do. Alright, what do we got for traders? I wanted to trade stuff. Anyone interesting? Oh, we contacted this person. We have a minute left to bring him down. Perfect. Let's bring this person. 3x3 is bad, but we can contact him. I don't have a suit on. That would be bad.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, it's you? Come on, dude. Get out of here. Alright, I'll bring you in, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think he's got much for us. I think we can get a little bit of nitrogen gas, maybe. That's about it. Should we try a different angle? I want to keep it just like dead center. This is dead center. We're bouncing. Did you finish? Are you hanging? You requested material. You made things. You're at 0. Did you poop things? And then I picked them up without thinking about it. And I put them in my inventory without counting them. Because there's nothing here. Make me 11. Good luck. I think we're good, but I'm not certain we're good. I think we're better off. I think we're closer. What are we doing? What's this guy got? Do you have anything interesting? You sell generic things. You buy a small amount of fuel. We could sell some water. He wants 7 water at 250. I think this price is bad. I'm pretty sure we can get 100 moles for 75 for a lot of vendors. So I don't think I want to do this one. Especially when water is water. Water is one of the rarest resources here for sure. You can go. Anything new and interesting? I would love to bring this one in, maybe. I bet we could sell him lots of stuff. But I don't think we're going to be able to hit the target. This one we can't reach. This one we can reach? Maybe this will buy something. In fact, if it's gadgets, maybe they'll just buy, like, generic stuff. Oh, I know what it is. You're still on vendors. Vendors. Go to floor. Poop stuff on floor. Do we have 70 cables in here now? Should be either 70 or 81. $70 and 11. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what I did. Okay, cool. Everything is working. Or seems to be. Everything is working suspiciously well. What's broken? I've trusted you like 4 times and you keep breaking my heart. Alright, what's up, guy? What you got for me? You sell nothing interesting. Do you buy anything? You'll buy coils. You'll buy water for the same price of not great. No, thank you. Any other vendors? Nothing interesting. Okay, so we can keep an eye on vendors. How are the machines looking? We good on stuff? I think we're okay on stuff. Alright. Can I see the nitrogen bubbling? Oh, we can see the pool. Do you see that little teeny... Do you see the little blue? That's our deep nitrogen pools. Our deep nitrogen reserves there. Nice. It's beautiful. I've never seen anything so beautiful. That is cool, though. That looks neat. I like that. That's going to be fun when these chambers are totally full. Okay. Speaking of when these chambers are totally full, I was thinking, what should we do next? What's up next? I'm not sure if I want to do all of it, but I feel like I should start at least, if not completely do, some automatic production of plants and harvesting of plants so that we can automate the production of nitrogen. I want to get plants that go into composters. The composters will turn it into fertilizer, I think we can even plug the fertilizer into a furnace and turn it into carbon or into coal, basically. So that's where we could get coal. That would be nice. No more farming coal. But then also that process produces nitrogen and volatiles. So I think that's what we want to do here. And if I remember right, we want to use like wheatgrass for that. Or what is it? There's one of these grasses. It's just like basically make a bunch of biomaterial, more or less. Nothing useful really. But just like bio stuff. Switchgrass, I think, is what we're looking for. Let's look at that. Switchgrass. Alright, what's your deal? You like carbon dioxide. You make oxygen, 1-to-1 ratio. You like 20C, so you like the right temperatures, you like the right pressures. This can just go straight into our Hab atmosphere without any adjustment. You're going to need a particular light time, dark time. That's about a 2-line program. And then I don't see anything fancy here, so I think we want to grow these guys. I think this is the ticket. I think we grow these, we program an arm to auto-harvest them. And then, I don't know, maybe do like 20 of them or something. But we'll just harvest these, put them into a composting system, and then call that good. We don't have to do any sort of like, we could try and automate fertilization on these as well, and maybe we'll want to do that with our better plants. I think that could make sense for like cocoa or something if we want to. Especially if it's just like something you could program and then just have a much higher output. But I'm not sure if we need that here. Maybe that even would make sense here. If we're fertilizing the things that make the fertilizer, that actually makes the most sense. That's going to improve our grass production, which will improve the fertilizer production. We probably want to fertilize this if we fertilize anything, and then that's also going to mean more nitrogen. So I talked myself out of it, and I talked myself into it. But we want to set this thing up to create its own fertilizer, to create a ton of nitrogen, and then we want to pull that nitrogen off and start collecting that. Along with that, now that I think about it, we want to do cooling on the nitrogen that we are collecting. We should be setting that up to exchange heat with the cooling system that we already have in play, the one that's kind of weakly filled with oxygen right now. And then we should be keeping that nitrogen at like 20 Celsius as well. And that way when it goes further into, I mean, it might go into the base. I think plants require nitrogen. So we're going to want to feed a minimum amount of nitrogen into our Hab atmosphere to keep the plants happy. And then other than that, it's probably just going to go into like our coolant, more or less. We'll dump it into the big nitrogen cooling center until we get that thing super full. I think that all sounds good. Those are good directions to push. So what do we want to do for that? We're going to need to make some plants to start. We'll probably want like, I don't know, 15, 20 plants. We're going to need some planters. Not those. We're going to need the hydroponic planters. Give me like 20 of these. Okay. We're going to need grow lights. Do I have grow lights? I think there's some in the wall that have been here forever. There's 2. That's enough to get started. Let's throw them in here. We're going to need some ICs and some housings. We've got those. We're going to need probably some more transformers, actually. We're out of transformers. Give me 5 transformers. What else do we want? I wanted something from here, but I can't remember. A ton of chutes, maybe? We're going to need chutes. We're going to need a Larry arm. We're going to need to program them. We're going to need what is it? The composters, I think, is the name of the item. Not certain. We should also set up the cooling, like I was saying, for the nitrogen. I should do that now. That's a really easy one. So that's just some gas pipes, which we've got. That is a large direct heat exchanger, which we've got. That is a digital valve, which we've got. And then, do we even need anything else? Maybe an analyzer. Let's grab some analyzers. Oh, we've got... Oh, I'll keep this one, actually. Yeah, let's go grab that. That's going to take literally like 10 seconds. Are you done with these? You did the thing? You made a bunch of them? Are you thirsty and asking for stuff so that you can... Yeah, okay. You do your thing.
Oxygen critical.
This is very much a nice break from Battlefield. This is a totally different vibe. It's it can be high pressure, high intensity in the earlier game, and especially if you are not save scumming. I'm thinking I want to do like if I do another playthrough, I probably want to do a full rogue where I like don't save scum at all, and I'm not allowed to like panic pause. If I pause, then it's not to buy time because I'm about to die or something. It's because I'm gonna go to the bathroom or something like that. But I think it'd be fun to play a version of this game where there's consequences, because there's frequently consequences. I've already blown up this base like 5 times. Come to think of it, I should blow it up right now. We're gonna blow it up. Just gotta go. It's time. Blow it up. Yep. So I gotta go. The base is fire. Amazing. Don't fuck up. If you fuck up, the base is fire. This is a very dangerous planet. Oxygen combined with the atmosphere is enough to make fuel and fire. And now this save's over. It's all over, dude. My dude's hosed.
Oxygen critical.
Where were we? Anyway, I'm not gonna do that. I'll if I make mistakes, I'll have to roll with it. We'll probably lose that. It'll probably be something silly, like I was playing with the furnace and then it just exploded in my face. I'll have to have like health rooms. Have to have like emergency healing stations. Be constantly ready to try and save yourself. That'd be fun. What was I doing? I was contemplating blowing up my base, but then I would never do that. I would never do that, so I didn't do that. I want to cool this off. We're going to put a heat exchanger here. It goes gas to gas. We're going to weld it with some stuff and some things. Needs a wrench and a pipe. Oh. Okay. So this guy will just exchange heat with whatever is in the two. One gas input will exchange with the other gas input. They don't exchange gas at all. They just exchange temperature. So we'll take whatever is going on here in our carbon dioxide, and we will exchange it here with some coolant. This is going to be on a toggle with a digital valve. And we plug this into the coolant line. So coolant line, we've got this line of supercooled air, which is chilled down to like -90 Celsius, something like that. It's constantly holding that spot. This is where we dump all our waste heat. So we're just gonna route that over, plug it in. Wire it up. Okay, that's all plugged in. I think I wanted to do one more analyzer too. Let's add an analyzer here. This is like a safety for the coolant. I'll name all these and then we'll wire it up and I'll explain it a little more. So here we have our cooling valve. Here we have our coolant analyzer. Here we have our nitrogen tank, and that's it. That's all we need. We'll plug this into the program that we have written already for coolant stuff. I can go right here. Goes here. Oops. Goes here. You go here. You go here, you go here. People go here. Alright, and we edit this and load the AC code. Cold air coolant sounds right. Are you the right one? Let's look at your variables. You have a gas sensor, a cold tank, and exhaust valve. No, that doesn't seem right. Where's just like AC? You have a temp sensor, cooling valve, cooling temp sensor, optional. This is the one. Plug it in, breaks immediately. Gotta wire it up. So this is a simple program that will shoot to keep some, let's see, let's look at the variables. You've got a temp sensor, so some thing that you're trying to keep cold. In our case, our nitrogen tank is our temp sensor. It could be like the gas sensor in a room. You could be just trying to see the temperature of a habitat. The cooling valve is our cooling valve, so this is what will turn on or off to be able to cool this gas. And the cooling temp is an optional variable, which is our coolant analyzer. So when our temp is above like 21°C, it's going to open this valve and it's going to cool off. It's going to exchange cooling with our extremely cold, which has nitrogen. Fuck. We have to change that. That's fine. We can fix that. So we have our extremely cold pipe network here, which has pretty much entirely O2. There's a little bit of nitrogen. Gotta fix that. My bad. And this is at -82. Very cold. This guy will exchange with you, which is at 600, and try and pull it down to 20. And it won't allow us to do that if the coolant rises above like 0°C or some safety threshold, so that we never accidentally bring our coolant high enough where it could start like not being able to cool off our hab anymore in particular. But this all looks good. I'm going to save. You're going to turn on and start exchanging heat. You're going to immediately start dropping in temperature very rapidly. That goes straight into here where you are rising in temperature. But that's not too bad. This is a one-time job, and this will make sure that this guy is always cooled way off down to like room temperature. So we've got comfortable nitrogen if we ever want to drop that in our hab. So this is nice to have. That's quick to set up and something that we use all over the place. I don't like that we have nitrogen in this, so I'm going to pull that out too. I think we could just do that even like right here. Doesn't particularly matter. Should be fine. What do we need for that? A drain, I think, would be good. It's not like this. No. I mean, actually, we could just like vent it. No, we don't want to do that. No misbehaving. Is it one of you? Condensation valve. Yes. Let's add a condensation valve. Yes. Wait. Yes. The oxygen in here is never going to condense. It's always going to be too hot. The only thing that can ever condense in this system is going to be the nitrogen. There's a teeny bit of nitrogen, and if we get the coolant cold enough, like we're looking to do, it's going to be at a high enough pressure and a low enough temperature that it definitely will condense. So this is going to have condensed nitrogen in it very soon, which could burst and be a problem. Let's get that out. Let's keep it as pure oxygen. So we're going to go ahead and add this condensation valve, which will release any liquid. If there's any liquid that condenses inside the pipe, it's going to come out this direction. And this direction is where we are inserting liquid nitrogen into our cooling system. So this is the perfect spot to put it. Go ahead and do that. This might take a few days, but whenever the coolant gets cold enough, we will see the liquid push out of here. Nitrogen will become liquid and will filter itself into here. That's the plan. Alright, are we cool? Everything good? Are you frozen? Is that what that is? This frozen nitrogen is all that's left because the last little bit evaporated and then got so cold it froze. That's fun. Let me turn you off. Cool. Alright, we're doing good. So, what next? We have cooling here for our nitrogen. We have an overflow. We got some nitrogen piling up here. Not a lot. Almost 1,000 liters in there, probably. Coolant needs to cool off more. Needs to be higher pressure. Up to 1.6. This is probably going to take a few hours, like, in-game time to fill up, but that's okay. And how are you doing? Are you still not emptying at all? You're like 2/3 full? You're emptying a little, but not much. You're still much colder than the coolant. Coolant's struggling to keep up. Anyway. Things look okay. Alright, we got these done. Got some transformers. We've got some ICs. We've got some grow lights. We have got some chutes. We're gonna need powered chutes is one thing. Give me 10 powered chutes. Go. What else was I thinking? We're gonna need hydroponics things. No, is it electric? What's the arm? Is it Larry? What's your name? Larry Doc Atmos. Isn't it just like Larry? Is this like to move it between... This is probably to move it between different atmospheres, I would guess. I think it's got some interaction items for like passing through walls. If you want to move stuff from one environment to another. I'm guessing that's what's going on here. Anyway, we're going to be doing this completely indoors. We're going to need one Larry. He lives inside. Let me just look one more time. What Larry options do we have here? What you got for me, Larry? We got the Larry. We got a dock for hydroponics. What's that? I don't know. We got a dock collector. What's that? I don't know. We got a dock cargo. What's that? I don't know. I don't know what any of these things are. Give me one Larry to start. Probably seems good. And then we're probably going to need some arms. We'll see. You start crafting. You need things. Things get called through the system. Cat says meow. Meow! So we want to throw down switch gas. Switchgrass. Switchgrass is going to live in the hab. It is on our wall somewhere, I think. Can I find you? There we go. Sugarcane. Pretty sure I bought it. There it is. Okay. Let's see. Let's put this like down in the corners maybe. Something like this. How's this gonna work? We might want a little room for Larry. Let's say switchgrass is gonna run all the way into the corner in like a single line maybe. I'm not exactly sure how we want to do this. Let's say it runs to here. Let's give it like 15. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think that's okay. I wonder, should I just make like a... I could make a Harvey that's curvy, maybe. If that's a thing. Maybe I make curvy Harvey. That could work. But I'm not sure if I have to factor that into the movement. I think the way the Harvey works... Let's look at Harvey. I haven't played with Harvey. How do you work, Harvey? What's your brain look like? What can I tell you to do? What do we got here? We got plant. We got right. Or harvest, I mean. We got import count. I think we can check if it's got something in its hand. We've got modes. What are your modes? Did you say something about modes up here? Happy, unhappy, dead. Okay, so I'm sure this is the reading. I think this is the reading. No, you can write it. I would guess this is the reading on the plant you're looking at, I'm thinking. Happy, unhappy, dead. I don't know why this is a right. Otherwise, I just write happy. Plants should be happy. Or if I'm feeling mean, maybe I'll write them dead, but I don't know why. So we can read the status of a plant. I think import export is going to be what's in the hand. We can plant, we can harvest. Okay, now none of that is anything to do with moving or even like location. If I remember right, I left like one piece of code inside of our laptop that is not, there's only like one program that's not mine in here. It's the Larry example, which the devs gave. And what does this do? Okay, this is pushing a hash for a name and then a hash for an index, I'm thinking. Or like a location on the rail, I would think. That's my guess. Otherwise, you just have it directly tied to the stack pointer. It's got its Larry arm. It's got the number of plants, which is 7. And then it's got, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And these are locations on the rail. So I think the first couple locations are going to be like the deposit and the pickup fertilizer are going to be D2 and D1, I would guess, something like that. We've got, what do we got here? I remember I looked at this and I just rewrote all of it. I didn't like it at all. But I want to see the key functions of like, where is it telling it to move? What's it doing? What's it thinking? It's keeping some indexes from where it's picking up and where it's going. So here's more of what I'm looking for. Take input is going to set the arm setting to the take from index. And then it's going to jaw to wait, where it watches, it loads the arm to see if it is idle. Interesting. So it waits for it to get to idle. Okay, so it sets the setting to whatever the index is. That's how it's moving. And then it's going to wait until it's done moving. And then it's going to activate. It's going to wait till it's done moving. It's going to tell it to go to the put at index. It's going to wait till it's done moving. It's going to activate. It's going to wait till it's done moving. So this is going to pick something up from a from index. Or first it's going to travel to the from index. Just this set is telling it what index to go to. And I imagine then when you're making the rail, you probably have normal rail lines, and then you probably have ones that are like marked as indexes, I'd guess. That's probably how that like stops or something. I'll need to look at rails. But it's going to that, stop, and then picking something up, next stop, putting something down. Okay, so this is already giving us some info. We can just use setting and then keep track of the idle setting more or less. And that's gonna give us an idea of what's going on. It's also got some logic here for doing the actual like planting and fertilizing and all of that. Let's take a quick look. What's this doing? So first off, it's peeking stuff and then it's leaving it on the stack, which is interesting. So it's not popping things off the stack as it's looking. It's popping off the name first, and then it's popping off the index. So this is name and index. It's branching if less than or equal stack pointer, stack end 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, what's stack end? Okay, so it's computing where the end should be based on the number of plants. And then it's rotating through those and doing something special with the last one. I don't know what this is. I don't know if I need to understand it too thoroughly. Let's look at the general logic. I think I'm probably going to want to write my own. I'm just looking at this mostly. So it's going to load by name. With a sum instead of an average. Sure. Load by name from the R temp1, which is what? Temp1 is a bad name, is what it is. What are you, temp1? Where do you get set? Somewhere. I'm guessing... I'm not sure. Where's temp1 getting set? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's loading into temp1. We're setting it right here. That's my bad. We're loading the tray with the name. And then we're loading slot 0. And then we're loading occupied. So this is loading. Is there anything in the plant? Is it occupied? Is there something in there? Anything in the planter? Okay, and then it says branch if equal, temp1 to 0, plant. So first check to see if it's occupied, and then branch to plant if it's not occupied. Plant's going to do the planting, and then it's going to probably go back to a main loop, right? Plant is going to do planting, take and put, jump to loop. Loop is going to go right back to here. It's going to keep doing this loop. Okay. It is going to check to see if it's mature or seeding. And then it's going to add those into 3. Okay. And then it's going to branch branch if greater than 0 harvest. Let's see. What is this part doing? How's this logicking? I'm not following this logic. So temp1 is if the plant is mature. Temp2 is if the plant is seeding. Okay, so those are the final 2 stages when it's ready to harvest, but it might not have a seed yet. It could just be to the point where it's fully grown, but not necessarily to the point where you're getting extra seeds. So it adds these 2 together. If either one of them is going to be a 1, then this is going to be true. So it's just looking to see if either one of these is true. Then go ahead and go to the harvest. So regardless of seeding, whenever these are ready to harvest, harvest it. Okay. And then it loads slot 1 occupied. So slot 1 is the fertilizer slot. Slot 0 is the plant slot. So finally it's going to check to see if it needs to be fertilized, and do that if it needs to. And then it goes to loop. Okay.
Hunger caution.
And loop is going to repeat, right? So how's it breaking out of this? I can understand the loop that you'd go through this, and you'd want to do any of the plant or fertilizer or whatever you need to. But when's it breaking? Oh, I'm looking at wrong spot. Sorry, loop is here. I was looking at a J loop and thinking it was loop. My bad. That was bad braining. Okay, so every time it loops, it's doing the peaks. At some point there has to be like a pop, or no, it's always peaking, and then it never touches the stack, I think is what's going on. The stack is never actually being affected. It's only ever looking at the stack. It's never actually popping anything off of it, which is a pattern that I've been using. So I'm not sure if there's like correct ways to interact with the stack. Maybe this is better. I kind of been enjoying just popping everything off and then resetting it. But because of that, they don't have to have any sort of function here. They just make the stack once, and then they only ever look at it. They never actually touch it. They're just reading from it and moving the stack pointer around. But that makes sense. So it's it's doing the peaking, and then they're manually playing with the stack pointer every time. And then right here, they're avoiding moving the stack pointer at the very end for reasons or something. I don't know. Maybe we'll figure that out when we need to get there. But overall, I think this is making sense. And I think basically the key things to look at are seeing how they can register what is going on with the state of the plant. And you can read by slot to determine if it's occupied, and also for the fertilizing. That looks easy to do. Okay. And then also how to move the thing seems pretty easy too. You just set a setting, and then you just wait. You go to await, and you let it loop until it's finished doing its thing. Alright, I think this seems good. So I'm glad we have this code. That's going to make life easier. Now I think I'm going to want to write my own code. I think I want to like throw this out and do something totally different. That's okay. First off, let's see what we can... Let's try and just get like a general construction structure. What do I want this to look like? I don't think I want to just do a single line. It would be nice if he actually like weaved a little bit. It would be fun. And it would be a better footprint. I don't want like a 1x15. I'd much rather have a 3x5. So what do we got here? You got me my Larry. Thank you. This will be our Larry dock. And then we need like a Larry arm, I'm guessing. Or no, you got the arm. What about rails? Linear rail. Give me 30 linear rail. Go. Okay. Hard chutes are a thing I need for the fertilizer and the collector, I think. Actually, maybe not for the fertilizer. Anyway, all good. So I want to adjust this a little. Let's make it, like I said, a 3x5. Sounds much better. I'm going to save before I bust out the floor and blow up my base. Is this something we can do? Do they need like a little space? Oh, they need to be programmable, I remember. Okay. Yeah, they need to be programmable because they need to be plugged into the circuit so that they can read the various conditions of the slots to know if there's a plant there, if it's fertilizer, if it's occupied. Fertilizer, that's a good word. It's almost a word. I was close. So these need to have this. Let's give them just a little space. Ooh, and they need space between them? Really? Oh, that sucks. Okay. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Let's do 16. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't want to do too many here. It's probably plenty. 8. Okay. These guys all need to be connected with liquid. Liquid should probably be blue. I should probably get a drinking fountain in here. Or you could just start carrying liquid. Anyway. You guys are all connected. And where is my water line? I think I've got one. I definitely got one plugged in very close. So all those guys drink water. That is a lot. Holy. So we can just pull that down. Ooh, we already have. Perfect. Let's just bring this over. I think in the corner's okay. Water. Okay, they have water. They don't have light, and they don't have the Larry arm. And now that I think about it, I think the Larry arm and the lights are both kind of get in the way of each other. I wonder if I can do, if these need to be spaced out more, and then a light in the center with the Larry arm wrapping around. I think that makes sense. Those might need to be like one over. Let's grab a couple of these and see what they look like. Show me. We got a linear straight. We got a linear corner. Good. We got a rail. Outer corner. That's cool. Inner corner. Screw. Oh, it does weird things. That's fun. Rail straight station. Okay, so this, I think, is where we specify this is a station, and each one's going to have an index. So if you tell it to go to 5, it's going to go to station 5, or something like that. Okay, and can this work? Or do I need to space this out more? Let's do the corners first. Corners go here. Corners go here. Straight goes here. Straight.
Hunger critical.
We're going to need a couple more here. First off, we're going to need the Larry station itself. Should be in one of these. You go... which way? Ooh, does it have to be... Can I tell you what way to go? Can I put you like this? Can I tell you what way to go? Yeah? Okay, well anyway, this will go... It'll go over here, actually. It's not quite there yet. But we're gonna need a couple things right here for chutes, is what I'm thinking. This is where the powered chute comes in. First, we're gonna need one for export, and then one for import. So export can go here. Is this gonna line up? Which one lines up? Is that gonna line up? Neither of these line up. It needs to line up with you, guy. Which one do you think is gonna work for Larry? Ah, man, this game's hard. I'm gonna do this and hope. I'm gonna hope my hopiest hope. That is an export. We need an import. Import. Okay. Are those even right? Those look like they're in the wrong spot. Those look like they need to be one further. Import goes here. Export goes here. I don't like either of these. This hurts me. Okay. So the export here is going to have fertilizer come in. And we're going to give this a stop on the rail line as well. Do I have any more rails? Did I use them all? I think we're going to need a bunch more rails. Let's eat and drink for Potato Man. There's some. We're going to need more than that. Give me another 20 rails. Go. Potato Man hungers. It's the hungriest and potatoiest of mans. There. Zoom, we're zooming. Zoom. Here we are. Okay, so this has another station right here. We've got a linear station above the export to pick up fertilizer. We have a linear station above the import to drop off whatever we've picked up. This is roughly correct. These need to be plugged in. have a little bit of automation. Should be pretty simple. And then this gets a straight here. And a Larry here. Which can go that way. Is this facing the right way? Or I think we might need to turn it. But yeah, let's see. Let's just play with it maybe. Let's plug it in and see what happens. Let's grab a power line for this. What do we got for power? Main line's up here at the ceiling. We could run it through the corners. Probably good. Bring it in. Main line goes... Oh, main line is already going through that corner. Main line goes here. That's good. Okay, main line goes through the wall into the ceiling, perhaps. I think we want to bring this over to the corner again. Yeah, let's put it in the corner and just bring it along. This song just feels like scales. It's like someone's warming up. It's a weird one. Anyway, we will say the power comes down from here into a transformer. Transformer goes this way. Transformer gets turned on, powered up. Okay. Power comes down. I just want to play with the Larry a little bit. You can just plug it in and start playing with it immediately. I think we can play with the Larry and probably get these guys plugged in. See if this works. Are we good with this? Can I still put some lights somewhere? They need to be low. They need to be like here. Can I put some lights here-ish? Is that gonna get angry by Larry arms are gonna get in the way, I think. Let's take a look. How do you do? You go 2 out in front of you. I think we could put the lights right here. Wire right here. Larry arm 1 further. We're gonna need a small adjustment here though. This isn't gonna work. And the light should be closer to here, I think, too. There it is. Something like that. Okay. And then right here we'll have stops. That seems better. Let's route the power along here. Lights should be able to reach plants. I think this one's positioned a little incorrectly. Right here. Feels right. Okay, so that'll hit all the plants, hopefully. Have a few like that. We'll have to make sure this is working, but I think this general layout should do it. Then you guys need an adjustment. Same thing, but oh, same thing, but here. You ever play No Man's Sky? I've done playthroughs of No Man's Sky for the most part. That's a pretty fun game that I found very copy-paste repetitive at the end, unfortunately. Got kind of tired of that one. I'm definitely happy that they managed to have such a good recovery. It's a success story for sure. Okay, those have power. This guy can get power too. I think we're actually pretty much good to turn on some circuits here for the power, or for the lights, and start like growing stuff. Larry doesn't have to be set up for us to start growing. In fact, it's better if it has different conditions. Make sure our programming works in different states. Okay, we got wiring for automation. That's not electricity, it's just automation. Goes through all these. Got power, go here. Got light. Got at least a start. Let's see. Almost time to plant some seeds. We have water plugged in too. I was thinking, what else do we need here? I think this is almost right, but not quite. I think it needs a... not just an export for fertilizer. I think it needs an export for plants. I'm trying to think if that's true. Maybe not. Maybe it, as part of its planting, when it's harvesting, if it noticed that it's harvested it completely to empty, then instead of taking that back, it replants it immediately. So that way it never needs to have any sort of like seeds collected as an input that it goes from. And in fact, we could try and avoid ever having seeds. We might even just like filter those out and dump them into the abyss. But we should never be making seeds. The moment you can harvest, go harvest. There's no reason to wait for seeds. Unless we're looking to harvest a teeny bit more. But I think the way it works, we're doing the grass here. The grass does it does something like 20 grass, so it's probably better to just harvest it immediately rather than wait for seeds. We could do either. We could process seeds and we could push them back into the system so that they can be one of the imports, and it grabs a seed every time it tries to plant everything. And the seeds will never go bad, so we could have those would just be like a constant ready to go thing. Fertilizer never goes bad. The fresh material that's picked up gets thrown into an import and then dumped out into composting. Maybe we want to do it like that. Maybe we want to try and ignore seeds and just like filter them out later and kind of do what I was saying of when you pull something to empty on the harvest, go ahead and refill it. I'm thinking it almost sounds easier to have a third bin for seeds. We might want to collect seeds. And I think with other programs, we're going to want to write one Larry for like this one use case. But then this is a Larry we can reuse anytime we want to grow any food. It's basically just different atmospheric conditions. And then plug in a Larry, and it's going to do the thing. So along with that, we might want seeds for those. If we're cooking something where it's like potatoes, potatoes are 2 potatoes, 1 seed. Maybe you want to get that seed, because that's the difference between harvesting 2 potatoes or harvesting 1. Just thinking. Let's maybe handle seeds. If not for here, then for the next machine. Alright, so we've got a Larry and a line with stops wherever interesting things happen. The stops are labeled. The opposite. The opposite way I was hoping for. Oh, that's the... I think... Does this mean Larry is backwards? Is that what that means? Do I need to rotate you? Or put you here. Could work. I think we rotate him. And then things work. That's my guess. Let's do that. So first off, after thinking out loud, we do want to tweak stuff very slightly. Let's say we've got... Ooh. I want this to be the import. Import can go here. I think right here. I think I got him wrong. Export, go here. We'll have one export for our compost fertilizer. One export for our seeds. If I can ever find them. I know we've got it here. I know we've got these to spare. I put them somewhere. But where though? Where would they go? One of these. Did I just like throw them on the ground or something? Sorry, I lost the chutes. We need the chutes. I'm pretty confident they're in here somewhere. Where are the powered chutes? Powered chutes. There we go. Where were we? Doing imports. Exports. Export. Okay. So compost or seed, fertilizer, and then the fresh stuff goes here. And we want that at the front of the line because, like I said, I think it has to move like 20 at a time. So it's going to go over, grab one, go back, drop it, go over, grab one, go back, drop it. Maybe not 20, but like 6 or some large number. It's going to have to keep doing that one at a time. So this is the one it's going to be going to most frequently. We'll put it at the front of the line. These two can go further to the back. Alright. We're doing it. We're doing the thing. I will plug these in. Larry is backwards. Now, do you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So this is the station. When we set the setting, it's just a direct line up to whatever these are. So we can set setting 1, it's going to go to station 1. Setting 2, station 2, etc. Good, good, good. Now this guy goes here. Add one more. And then one straight. Larry can go back. All good. Power goes here. Okay. Power go down. We can play with this a little too. We set you to 1. You go to 1. We set you to 0. You go to home. So you should probably default here. You just sit here and wait, and when it's time, you go. It checks on stuff. If anything needs action, does the thing. Maybe it grabs fertilizer, puts it somewhere. Maybe it grabs a plant and puts it somewhere. I think I like the idea of having a generic grab and put. I think that makes sense. But you'll specify where you want it to go first, where you want it to drop. And then it'll just do that. And that'll be, if you can either pick up a plant and drop it as for harvesting, or you can pick up a seed and put it in the plant, or you can pick up a fertilizer and put it in the plant. That'll work for any problem you solve. Just set those two variables. Tell it to go do the thing. Easy peasy. I like that programming. Okay, I think this will work. Let's throw down some lights on the ceiling and try and at least get that started. Let's see that we can get all the plants growing. Kind of want to write this thing. I feel like it's not going to be bad. And we're going to have to do some construction around it. We could even like we could get it all working and just like dump grass outside. It doesn't matter. As long as you are keeping the seeds, or we aren't gonna empty. But let's just turn the plants on right now. I'm thinking to start. We have everything we need for plants except for the light and the programming on the lights. We will start with that. I'm guessing this is going to hit these three. That's what I was going for. So can we get one that hits these three? Does that hit these three maybe? Probably. And then one for these. Do we have any more lights? Should have more lights. Come on, one more light. Do I have to go grab a single grow light? Grow lights. Give me 5. What about traders? Anything interesting? Gotta keep nitrogen going, maybe? Build ink is good for selling things. Probably not gonna get them. Cuisine is food. I don't think these are any good. I don't know. Maybe they'll want to buy something. Let's check that out. Is this all emptied, ready to go? I only need like 1, so we can drop that now. Boing. Trampoline. And then 1 here. Should reach these. I think that'll reach here, and then we could do 1 more here if we want. This should do it. Let's do some power. And let's make sure this is hitting all the different planters, that they are functional. Okay, we have lights. The lights need programming, which means we need a housing. Gonna put it upside down like a madman. Insane. Unbelievable. This is gonna be our grow lights. Grow lights. Grow lights are extremely simple. They turn the lights on, and then they sleep for whatever amount of time it's supposed to be on, and then they turn the lights off, and they sleep for whatever amount of time it's supposed to be off, and they do this forever. And that gives the plants exactly what they need. We're growing the switchgrass. Switchgrass likes to have light for 10 minutes per day. Darkness for 5. Okay. So time off. 5 minutes should be 300 seconds. 10 minutes should be 600 seconds. 10 times 60. So time on is 600. Time off is 3 minutes. 10 minutes on. 5 minutes off. Export. Throw it in the thing. Turn it on. All the plant lights turn on for 10 minutes. And then turn off for 5 minutes. Forever and ever and ever. They have water. They have light. Do you work? You're good. Do you work? You're good. Do you work? You're good. Okay. So I think they all have light. They all have water. They have everything they need. They're going. Seems good. These can turn on. They do nothing currently. We can label them, but I don't think we need to. We have our import chute bin. We have our export chute bin. This can be... what's it called? We'll have our seed bin. Our fertilizer bin. I don't think we even need labels here. I don't think we're gonna touch these. Did I fill fertilizer wrong? Probably. For ill eyes for ill eyes fertilizer bin. Good. Alright, we've got our fertilizer bin, we have our seed bin, we have our import bin. This doesn't really matter for programming because these don't think. The only thinking we have to do here is if there's ever anything inside of the import bin, we want to do this. Every time there's anything, do this. And this will be our entrance to the filtration system. We need to filter whether we're getting seeds or whether we're getting grass. Seeds are going to primarily go into here, and then they're going to overflow into, we just dump them into lava or something. But if we get extra seeds, we can just destroy them. Otherwise, we're storing seeds here. And then this needs to feed into the composting, which will then route fertilizer back over to here, where we'll have fertilizer. Okay. So I think that's the general plan. This Harvey outline looks good. We looked at the programming on it, and the programming looks pretty doable too. Just set the setting to whatever index you want to go to for the station, and then tie that to the name of the hydroponics. So like this guy's station 4, right? So this probably should start off at like D4. We're gonna have 1, is that 1? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, D4. And it should be like P4 or even just 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And that should line up station 19, 18, 17, 16. So now the name of this lines up with the index of where you want to travel to access it, and we can just throw that into Larry. That shouldn't be too bad to program. Alright, I think this is good, but I think I need to take a break. I might want to play a little Battlefield later tonight. I've just been sitting too long. I need to eat food. I need to give Kitty some love. I need some rest. I think this is a pretty good session. We've got started on making a farm. We're going to create switchgrass, and we're going to auto-harvest it. We're going to turn it into compost, into fertilizer, which we can use immediately for creating more efficiency on our switchgrass, and then plug that into other systems too. I'm sure we're going to have a ton of extra, so we can just overflow that into whatever we want to grow and always have a good supply of compost. But more importantly, from the compost, that's going to give us the nitrogen that we've been looking for forever. So we can get some passive nitrogen supply going, and if we want to have plants that eat nitrogen, we'll have an infinite supply of nitrogen. So these are good. This is a good start. Let's see, does the trader have anything? Let's check the trader, and then I think I'm good. What else did we do? We swapped out the coolant. Coolant's looking better. It's now oxygen. And it is colder. We brought the temperature way down. Cold enough to be able to condense the nitrogen. Started doing the nitrogen cooling chambers, got those going. Nothing crazy there yet. But give that time and nitrogen, and we should see some really good cooling effects. This guy wants to buy foods, and he wants to buy some fuel, which is not good. He wants the hard suit package. The hard suit package is good for us. I'm going to give him a hard suit. That's a super quick one. Hard suit, you're going to want a suit, you're going to want one suit, you're going to want one helmet, and you're going to want one carbon dioxide filter. Just a plain boring one. And you're going to want a large battery, and you're going to want 2 canisters of plain old boring old canisters. You're gonna want a box to put it all in. And that should do it. What up, Volley? Hello, Mr. Widgety Kitty Feeder. I'm on the point where my new base is almost ready to pressurize. You recommend pressurizing, maintaining O2. I have full gas separation tank set up so I can pump any gas I want into any room once I run a pipe and a vent and a pressure regulator. Okay. Let me walk over that real quick. Helmet first. One helmet. So for sure, the way to do it, the way that I do it, and the way that I recommend, it kind of depends on what planet you're on, but hopefully you have a supply of carbon dioxide and you have some good thermal control, just some like air conditioning or heating or whatever you need to do to keep the hab habitable. You want to have like some sort of air conditioning that's holding a specific temperature. Okay, so you have a room where you're holding a specific temperature. You want to have a collection of carbon dioxide. You need to have that in some sort of tank, and you hopefully want to be cooling it off to room temperature. Over here I have the programming logic. It's in the walls, but I have a chip which is handling the programming for all of my air stuff. We have a CO2 vent to add CO2 to the room. You might want a nitrogen vent as well. You can see that ticks on. We have a intake vent to just pull air out of the room. So what you want to do is in your program, you want to keep an eye on the composition of the room. You want to see if the percentage of carbon dioxide goes below a certain threshold. In our case, we're doing 65%. We have mostly carbon dioxide just to keep the room from turning into fuel if any volatiles enter. The carbon dioxide's like a buffer. So we have a lot of carbon dioxide. But you want to keep a minimum threshold of carbon dioxide. You want to have enough plants in your room that they're going to generate more oxygen than you're breathing. So the plants are going to take the carbon dioxide, they're going to drink it, they're going to convert it straight from carbon dioxide into oxygen. And then your new problem is now that your room is constantly overpressurizing, where you're adding CO2 forever so you can keep the plants happy, but then they're generating too much oxygen. So that's where you have the intake vent. The intake vent turns on if your pressure is above the threshold. I'm doing 65 kilopascals. 65 is enough to be like a comfortable temperature for a human. The plants are happy at 50 is the main threshold we're looking for. You don't want to go for like 100 because the plants actually get unhappy. And it's just like more work for your airlocks and your air conditioners. This is fine. I use 65. Anyway, if the pressure is above 65, then this vent turns on and it just slurps some air into a filtration system. Filtration is filtering oxygen. Oxygen gets pulled out of the room and into storage, and then everything not oxygen just gets returned right into the room with a passive vent. So you're constantly adding CO2, you're having the plants convert it to oxygen. When your pressure's too high, you're pumping some of the oxygen out, and then you're making sure to never lose any of the gases that are supposed to just live in this room forever. Like we've got a little bit of nitrogen that's been floating around, but you're just getting rid of the oxygen. Anyway, that's a great system that should keep the air constantly perfect for the plants and for the pressure, and then you'll just naturally be filling oxygen reserves. And in fact, you'll have to make sure that you set up some sort of overflow there so that when you get too much oxygen, it doesn't just like explode all your shit someday. Does that all make sense? Were any of those words confusing? Likely. Okay, we've got the hard suit for the guy. I'm gonna give you canisters. I'm gonna throw it into here. The battery's filling. It needs to be 99. The air tank fills. We're giving him everything he needs. Where's his box? He wants a box. Let's give him a box. And then as for like expanding, when we expanded this big base in the first place, we had a teeny little habitable room that was keeping us alive. And then I basically created, like, I extended this as a vacuum. I made this grow house, and then I filled the whole thing with like 20 kilopascals of carbon dioxide. So you can't breathe at all, but the plants can. And they slowly started creating oxygen and filling the room until eventually we could take our helmet off in that room and get rid of the walls of our starter hab and just like destroy it, blow out the walls, and have this whole space. So that's how you do that portion, a little bit at a time. Let the plants convert it. You're all done. Give this dude his hard suit kit. So smooth, super helpful. Yeah. It's a good system. The plants do everything. And you collect oxygen. The oxygen is the base of our water chain for being fully sustainable here. So oxygen's super important. Depending on your planet, maybe you don't care at all. Maybe you just go grab some ice, or can just grab it from the outside atmosphere. But for us, we really like that. I'm going to buy a couple cakes from this dude. Cakes are super high value. You get out of here. But cakes will give us, we'll have to drink less. I've been annoyed by how much we're drinking. I think we're rich enough now that we can afford cake life. Give me some of that cake. I'm gonna eat some cake. That's a good way to end this. Let's end the stream with some cake. And then next stream, I don't think it's gonna be a lot of work. I'm actually really excited. This will be fun. I wanna program the Harvey or the Larry so that the Larry can handle all of the harvesting things. And I wanna set up a compost room. And finally have a decent supply of passive nitrogen. That's gonna be big. For now, I eat chocolate cake. Oh yeah. And I drink. Oh yeah. One other small thing to mention about the air filtration. This guy is set up with a chip in him so that he will only turn on when the input pressure is above a certain threshold. So that it has like 5 megapascals of pressure there. Look at the pressure differential, is pretty big. Anyway, that just kind of helps. You might even want to put a turbo pump on the other end to empty that. That's a nice little useful program. Alright, I think I'm good. This is progress. I'm happy with this. One more thing. I want to look, what does the... First off, any traders? But what does our oxygen look like? Our coolant? Oh, and this guy's actually great. This guy's got a ton of stuff on him, I think. This will have a bunch of nitrogen. Let's bring this dude in for sure, and maybe even sell him things. I want to be done, but I'm not done yet.
Oxygen critical.
Let's see, so this is the oxygen our plants are breathing from the filtration I was just talking about. It goes into this pipe and then turns into either fuel or it gets pumped into the jetpacks or the tank for the suits. And those are both looking at 500 kilopascals. This guy's constantly just trying to pump this to 10. We're at 2, which is getting a little better, and the temp's actually a little lower. Our temp's dropping a bit as the pressure goes up. We'll see. Maybe when this gets high enough, we'll be fine. We'll be able to get low enough to condense. Maybe not. Alright, what's going on with these rooms? We have a tiny bit of liquid there. We actually managed to get a teeny bit of liquid into here. Some of it's managed to go down to 3 rooms. 1, 2, 3. But not near the end yet. And nowhere near. We need a lot of nitrogen for this to be full enough to do the full cycle. We also need this to be holding negative 90 consistently, which it is not. So that's not great. We'll keep an eye on it. Progress though, getting better. How's this line? This line is still got some nitrogen in it, but it's looking okay. And is it yet tied to our coolant? How's our coolant? Coolant is going down. Coolant is going down, and temperature is still locked in exactly where it should be. Negative 90. Okay, how about these coolants? This one's low. This one's still super full. So this could be cooling more. This one's still super full. Could be cooling more. This one's still super full. Could be cooling more. Are we running into pressure issues here? Is it that our fans are on all the time? No. Okay, well let's crank up the cooling while we're here. Let's start with you, right? No, you're low. You're working too hard. You need to go down. So what are you at? 35, 4,000, 4,750. Let's put you down to maybe 4,500. You can go down to 3,750. You can go down to 32. You're good. Okay, so these guys are going to start doing more cooling since they're overflowing on coolant. And they can just evaporate that out and get more cooling done. That's going to move down. These should fill a little more. But we can use the levels here to see what needs adjustment. I should probably math it out. I bet there's some math. Generally speaking, I think this is not a bad process. Getting some more efficiency. Okay. This seems good. I love this game. This game is fantastic. I'm having a great time. This is super fun safe. So next time we'll work on the plants a bit, get some nitrogen going. We get nitrogen plugging in more passively to this system. That's going to be very helpful over time for being able to fill this up. And once we finally reach the last chamber and we get the whole cycle going and the whole loop complete, then we can start cooling off our liquid fuel for our spaceship time. It's almost spaceship time, except not at all. And I've been trying to get this for like weeks, but we're getting there, and we're getting really cool base. Base is looking good. All right, I'm feeling real good. Feeling good about all this. Looking at some things. Liquid's still going. Ooh, liquid's about hovering for water. I think we're okay there. Fuel is still going up. Everything's good. The world is beautiful. What about this trader guy? He wanted to sell and buy things, maybe. I gotta go. I gotta eat food, and I gotta do other things. I haven't even had a proper meal today. My food has mostly been coffee and Mountain Dew, which I'm sure the doctors are upset about. What we got here? 40 bulk nitrogen. We can buy that. He wants to buy... Oh, this is good. This one I don't think I'm going to do, but this one is really good to do. So let's start off, let's sell him some volatiles. He wants 125 volatiles. And he wants 1 heavy nitrogen. Okay. Let's do this real fast, and then I'm out of here, I promise. Also adds. So 125. 1, 2, 5. Volatiles are 0. We're at 0. Okay, give me 125 of those. Yeah. There it goes. You wanted the... What was it? Something nitrogen? Fuck, I already forgot. Medium nitrogen? Large nitrogen? I'm gonna give him a heavy and hope it's good. 1 heavy nitrogen filter. Do a little bouncing. Get some bouncing done. All looks good. I want to turn those lights off just because we can. Have it all be purple. That's such a cool feature. Okay, there we go. All done. So we've loaded it up with the desired amount of volatiles. We load in the nitrogen filter. Walk over and sell. One of these. 125 of these. Okay. Now, we could sell the water. I don't think I want to sell water. I do want to buy the nitrogen, but we've got a little bit to spare. Wait for ads to come back real quick. We back? Is it over? Alright. So we sold them a nitrogen filter. We filled it up with volatiles. We sold the volatiles. There's a little bit of excess volatiles in here, and I want to buy nitrogen. So I'm going to click the exhaust button, and that's going to exhaust this to a vacuum. We have to wait for that to finish, and then we can buy some nitrogen and exhaust that into our nitrogen system. Seems good. Alright, I think I might just leave it here. I think we're good. We'll keep interacting with vendors, keep bringing in some traders, work on the farm stuff, keep the nitrogen coolant going. We got more to do. The world is beautiful. Love this base, love this game. I'm gonna take a break. I might do some Battlefield later tonight. I might be gone until tomorrow. I'm posting stuff on YouTube either way, so you can check out there if you want to watch some more of either. But I will be back soon. I hope you enjoyed.